All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to TCH Live. We're going to be streaming the final table of our 100K guaranteed PLO tournament. We had about, I believe, 6 flights. We're down to our final 9 players. You're joined today by William Lottie from Austin, and then I'm Derek, live from Dallas, Texas. How you doing, William?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Derek?
Yes, it's great. I don't think we've had a PLO stream on our stream in quite a while, so this will be a lot of fun for our viewers.
Did a
Yeah, they went on break and
came out of Boston a few months ago. That's the last one I remember.
You ready? They are. Okay.
All right, looks like we got the first hand about to start off here, and we got Tika dealing the final table.
Nice. Tika, an excellent dealer. I've met her a number of times. So, you see any familiar faces out there, Derek?
Yeah, a few. So seat 3, Jose Montez. He plays quite a bit of PLO in the Dallas area. I think he does quite well in PLO tournaments. Seat 4, I know him from our mix game. We used to have a weekly mix game with Cooper and a few other dealers, and Steve actually joined us a few times, so we're kind of rooting for him as well.
Mix game, you say?
Yeah, he would hop in with us in the 20-40 mix, 10-20 mix, just kind of, every Wednesday, but obviously he likes playing any kind of game without 2 cards. So
speaking of which, I'm driving up your way tomorrow. I'm going to play that horse tournament at Las Colinas.
Oh, very cool, very cool. Yeah, unfortunately, I'll be working Friday night, so I can't play that tournament. But I will be playing the triple draw on Saturday. But
as
we'll
will I. I am
okay.
pumped to have a triple draw tournament happening. Like, I love triple draw games.
All right, then I'll see you there, William.
Yeah, we got some PLO happening here. Clay opening it up. Queen Jack 9-8. Nice little rundown. He's got a suit.
Yeah, single suit here. Great hand here to open up. Jimmer actually a very strong hand as well. Double suited with the Ace King 5-4.
Only way that could be better is if we were playing 8 or better.
Right. Let's see what the flop brings here, and pretty great flop here for Jimmer.
For everyone here. We got a straight for Clay, and we've got nut club draw for Jimmer.
As you can see here, the equities run quite close in PLO. Almost a coin flip here on the flop here. Currently the best hand in Clay, but with no redraw. Quite susceptible to the front door clubs of Jimmer and backdoor hearts. Also has some runner boats as well.
He does just have the hind ends of it as well, and as you said, no backup.
And I think this is pretty standard here from Jimmer. Yeah.
Gonna just raise it and try and not find out whether that club is coming.
Yeah, Jimmer here could hit a queen for a higher straight. Any club, backdoor hearts.
No, he potted.
It looks like they're going to get in.
Yeah, we're going to get in, and yeah, fair enough. Get in. We're going to flip right out of the gate. Which side do you have, the clubs or the straight?
I kind of like the Jimmer's hand just because he has the backdoor hearts as well and can hit a higher straight. So.
All right, let's find out. Jimmer looking for a club or a queen or some backdoors.
Clay could go runner boat as well.
Above. Yes, yeah, backdoor boat is a possibility. Here it comes, and
there's one of the backdoor boat possibilities.
A few more outs here. Deuce of spades is not one of them, though. Clay is going to, looks like, eliminate Jimmer in 9th place. And I haven't got the payouts up. How much is that good for?
I got it right here. Looks like all the players on this final table were guaranteed $30,180, and so every player now guaranteed $4,090. Of course, everyone going for that top prize of $32,570, which for a $500 buy-in tournament, that's a nice little profit there for first place.
For sure. See some familiar faces in the chat. Alan Piscitello, I know he loves himself some PLO. Longtime friends of the show. Glad to see you here. I see Frank, I see Rena.
Jumped up 1,000. I guess I could have gave him the $10.
Bet you all didn't expect to hear me doing a Dallas show. Normally I stick to Austin.
And I feel like that hand is quite. That's probably one of the best demonstrations of why a lot of players get frustrated with PLO. You can have 52% equity and just go brick.
Yeah, there's just you just don't get the 80-20s like you have in Hold'em.
Right.
That's why everyone wants to run twice. Montez with an okay hand, Ace King 10, not the right suit, and five's a little bit dangly, but he's going to open it up. The graphic says big blinds. I don't think that's right. I think he's under the gun.
Yeah, I think because there's the dead small blind, it's assuming that Montez is in the big blind.
Yeah.
But
yes, yeah, makes sense.
let's see, BKH here sitting on about what 60 big blinds here.
Yeah. Sunny A644. Oh, I know it's so tempting to defend. You're getting an awesome price, but really nothing good can happen here.
Yeah, I like the fold. That's
And
really
he's
just
going to
one
let it
fold
go. Excellent fold, Sunny.
Oh, I kinda
BKH
get it.
Montez going to go heads up. That's a pretty good flop for BKH. He's got a queen high club draw, and he's got top pair.
75,000 is the bid. Call 75.
Easy call against Montez's C-bet. To the turn we go. He's looking for a Broadway card. Montez turns himself a king for a better top pair, but both players with plenty of life here, as straights are available. I think the chaos card here, that would be the jack.
Right, right.
That would set up a straight versus straight. We're going to have check, check, and six of spades
here. So top pair, top kicker for Montez. I'm actually still going to be checking it over to BKH. And, of course, BKH has a clear check back with his queen. And Montez will take this pot down.
All right. Poker Monkey enjoying himself some 2-2 PLO. Yeah, PLO's a fun game. I keep telling myself I'm going to play some more full ring PLO, and then I just don't do it. I've got to make a point to find myself a game and play it.
We can see here on the leaderboard here, Steve-O, the chip leader right now with 2.4 million. Clay not too far behind with 2.1 after winning that pot against Jimmer. We got pretty decent sized stacks all the way down to Montez with 36 big blinds, but CC in the 5 seat, kind of
I think
holding everyone hostage, ICM hostage right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. I think most of these players are going to wait CC out, see what happens there before going too crazy here. Like, you'd hate to just have a easy pay chump disappear, or quote easy. 10 big blinds, it goes surprisingly far in PLO. Not as much these days now that you've got the big blind Danny, but it's depending on your mindset, it's not always as urgent as it might feel. Ace 10 9 8 with nut suit. CC gonna pot it. Presumably we'd be getting in here, and BKH 8775 double suited. CC doesn't have aces, so that's a pretty good hand to crack aces.
Yeah, your only concern with this holding is you have players behind.
Yeah.
And the weakness of this, I mean, it looks like a very strong hand. The weakness of this hand is having that pair of sevens. You'd much rather have.
Yeah, you'd rather have the rundown.
Yeah.
And he is going to call, and.
Yeah, I'd be fine with just folding it sometimes, just because a lot of CC's range is going to allow to have more nutted suits, and you're not really going to cover any of those suits.
Laying down the naked queens, and Montez with kings with not the right kind of suit, but does have a defense here. So BKH versus Montez is the matchup to really look out for here. King right in the window. That's top set for Montez. And a diamond draw for BKH. As much as you feel good about an 8-high diamond draw.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see, his diamonds would be live, but it's so hard for BKH to know exactly where he's at if he does hit his diamond.
And CC with a double gutter is going to move in. Double gutter, am I reading this board right? Some of the outs are dead. Like, we know a lot of 7s are accounted for.
190,000.
Yeah, double gutted, 10 and a queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly I wouldn't be upset of just folding BKH's hand here, just to conserve big blinds. Just because you still have to worry about Montez.
Yeah, it looks like he has other plans, though. I think those are his chips sitting out there. Maybe
Yeah,
the button hasn't been pressed yet.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
looks
there
like
we
he
go.
did
He's
call,
called.
and then Montez has a clear pot here. And this puts BKH in a tough spot here, and that's why I said I'd be fine just folding his hand pre-flop. Just be
Yeah.
worried about making nut. You want to be drawing to the nuts a lot of the time.
1,030,000.
Yeah.
8 high flush draw, you just kind of let this go.
Yeah, now he's got to get out of here for sure.
There'd just be a ludicrous call here if you
Imagine,
found the call.
like the nightmare would be like you end up in 3rd place and CC wins the main pot, and
Exactly.
now you're 9th place when you had a lot of chips to spare.
Yeah,
So,
not even considering how weak your holding is right now, how weak
that's
your
the
draw
other thing.
is.
Your hand sucks.
Yeah, you have to worry about the ICM from CC. So this is a clear fold here from BKH, and
No, like you basically have to give me like a set of jacks with nut diamonds to consider going in here.
Correct.
But you know, I think okay, he did fold. I think they just got the change right there. I saw chips get moved. Like, wait, what? Yeah, that was changed though. So we're gonna get a run out here. CC gonna need a miracle.
yeah, needs to hit a queen and a queen only, I guess, because no, he's not. She's not double gutted. She just has a gut shot.
Deuce of Hearts won't do it.
Needs to find the last queen in the deck, and
There's
wow,
the queen.
wow,
Broadway
what?
for DC.
Welcome to PLO. Finds the one outer. Unbelievable there. And CC up to 930,000. Montez cannot believe it there. I mean, doesn't even know how bad that was.
I thought if it didn't come, I thought I'd say.
What a suck out.
Yeah.
And Montez suddenly finds himself the short stack, but certainly far from desperation mode with 27 bigs to work with. That can go a really long way around here. And TCH production reminding us this is the first time ever we're streaming everywhere right now. Flip over to the Texas Card House channel on YouTube. You'll see a bunch of our Austin dealers playing some Hold'em with one another. There's also a game happening out in Houston on this channel. You can certainly go watch it all back in the archives, or maybe you can get the multiple screens going if you got that and see all the poker happening at once.
30 is a bit.
Popped in on that dealer stream not long before the show started here, and looked like there was some action going.
Roger here with 3 deuces in hands. We'll fold. I did hear from
many.
I heard from some players once that instead of playing the 7 deuce game, there's a trips game in PLO.
Yeah.
Win the hand with trips in your hand. You get
Yeah,
paid a
it's
bounty.
a fun well prop bet. We actually have a promo down at TCH Austin where if you get quads in your hands in PLO or a PLO bomb pot, as we like to do, like there's a bonus if you get that. Like just get the quads. Full rules at TexasCardHouse.com. That's kind of a fun one when it hits.
3 players.
Sonny here going to defend the button, or call on the button with a king 7-9-8. Has a strong suit with some connected cards. And Siva will defend.
King 10-8.
Sonny with 2 pair here.
Check, check.
Not much for anyone else here, and pretty reasonable bet here. Should get most of these hands to fold.
200,000 is a bit.
Yeah, hard to see either of these hands continuing, just a pair.
King 789.
Sonny had a bunch going on there. He also had an open ender to go with the
Right,
two.
right. He did.
He just had everything, and that's a good way to win. See,
Yeah,
Dante
for
in the
some of-
chat, how you doing? One of our commentators down in Austin.
Oh, how's it going, Dante? Yeah, for any of our viewers here tuning in right now, we are streaming our PLO Final Table. For those of you that don't know what PLO is, it is Pot Limit Omaha. It's 4 cards instead of our typical 2 cards that we show on our stream here. You do need to use 2 cards to win, and all the bets are pot limit. It's a very fun game. Been actually playing a lot more PLO Cash the past year, so I was actually really happy that I was able to commentate this final table.
I love some mixed games. I don't play quite as much PLO compared to other non-hold'em games, but PLO is definitely an interesting one. And BK
Double-suited
limping
kings
in.
here.
Roger with a
Very
really
strong
strong
holding
hand.
here.
Roger, I believe this is Roger from Austin.
Raise 100,000.
One of
Very
our
clear raise here.
rigs down here in Austin.
Sonny here with pretty strong hand as well, but no suitedness to the ace.
Yeah,
Makes you want to fold. I mean, I think in a cash game I'd probably play that hand, but you know, with stack depths how they are, I think I'll just let that go.
CC going to defend from the big blind. Back to BKH. This was called, and instead of 7s for BKH. And bad news is not much for anyone else. CC's got a gutter and a bunch of overs. Overpair for Roger, but no draws.
250,000.
BKH going to come out swinging a $250,000, about half pot, a little under half pot. Don't know that Roger's a believer here. But I mean, like, in
Really
Roger's, yeah, I have an overpair, but I have no draws, and I could just be dead already.
Yeah, really bad board for his hand, so this is pretty clear fold.
Let's it go.
Pretty clear fold for CC as well.
And you know, these final table spots, though, you want to take a moment, take a breath, and think it through, and that's fine as well. I know he is capable of some thought. I've done battle with him a number of times down here, and CNYJ says, PLO is an easy way to lose money quickly or win. I like you better, Poker Monkey. I like your thinking better. Win some money. Yeah, like you're basically never an overwhelming favorite. Like you've got to be able to stomach that variance. But like there are still plenty of edges in PLO.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, especially when you get play at a steeper stack depth. You know, like a common saying people kind of joke around with at the table. They'll be like, "Oh, there's no bluffing in PLO," which, you know, that couldn't be further from the truth.
Oh, there's so much bluffing.
C5.
All right, on
one
to the
time
next hand here.
there was this one time we did a PLO stream down in Austin. I managed to get a pretty loose player off of a set with a river bluff, and I couldn't believe I got away with that.
Seeing some pretty disciplined folds there in an early position. You saw earlier there, you said Rogers from Austin? He had the suited ace-jack with a 7-6. You know, some players might be tempted to play that, having a suited ace-jack, but with no interaction with the other 2 cards, it's just better to fold that in early position. Steve will call on the button.
Like, position is so important in this game. You want to be really strong if you're playing early position. And if you're going to be playing multi-way a lot, as we tend to do in Texas, you want to prefer hands that can make the nuts. Speaking of nuts, we've got ace-high club draw for Steve-O. Paired board, so it won't be the nuts, but 5-3 free, it's unlikely that there's any boating happening right now. Looks like we check through, get a 9 of spades, which will be top pair for BKH. Well, 9s and 5s, which is two pair that loses to any overpair, though. 3 pair. That's another way to go broke here.
Yeah, I'd like to check here from BKH.
Absolutely, check that.
You know, Montez now using that. You know, doesn't really have any real showdown value by the time the river gets there, so he is going to use his 5 there, I think, as a blocker to try to represent maybe some kind of boats.
Steve-O spicing it up with the 300K raise, holding the club draw. Thinking he might have heard from a 3 by now.
Great play from Steve-O there.
Gonna get the job done. And you're gonna get a pretty honest answer with that raise.
And, that kind of just goes back to you talking about the importance of position there. And, Steve-O really taking advantage of his spot. Well done. I got a lot of regular viewers here in the chat now. What's up, everyone? Sassy, Mighty Hammer, Kevin, KPT, how's it going, buddy? Says, I properly donated 4 buy-ins to this prize pool. Hey, all good, Kevin. I'm sure you'll get that back quickly in the cash game streets. Poker Monkey in the chat says, I played 2-5 today at Social. For the first time in quite a while, I've been playing mostly 1-2 or PLO.
Nice. Hope you had a winning session today. Save some for me. I'm getting up there this weekend. I got to get out on the action. And Roger going to get in with a pretty beautiful 8 or better hand. Aces with no suit though, not so great PLO high. Ace 3 deuce. Yeah,
no suit to the aces. So considered what we like to call bad aces.
And a limp.
Yeah. Which I don't mind at all. If someone decides to try to raise or pot it with a weaker hand, he can just back jam to isolate or get it in against that player.
I am curious what the plan is if he faces a raise, which BKH is gonna let us know.
Boy.
Hey, double suited kings for Quay. I think he's gonna have some plans. He's gonna call now. Let's see what Roger does. Good price to call, and he'll have position, as it's both the blinds that have come in here.
I like a raise
that is
here.
The back raise. Those spreads are hundreds, right?
Yes. Yeah, I like a. We can talk about the chip donations after this hand, but I like a raise here. You don't really want to go multi-way with a hand like this. You have no way of making the nuts with any flush draw other than straights, obviously.
And your straight's probably not going to be the nuts either.
Exactly. So you're really trying to get it in against BKH right here, who was the initial raiser. BKH unlikely to get it in here. We'll probably just fold. And now Clay kind of put in a tough spot here, which this hand looks exactly like aces or some kind of strong rundown hand. And he might just fold the kings here. And
looks like a card funeral. Yeah, that's a fold.
That's a great fold.
Roger going to show. I'm not sure you want to tell everyone that it's exactly what you think it is.
Kings double suited?
It's like the 4th time I've had kings double suited ran an ace.
Nice play there from Roger.
If he limbs, I don't know. I had a bad feeling.
Yeah, for everyone in the chat wondering about the chip denominations, the white chips are worth 5,000. The blue chips are worth 25,000, and the red chips are worth 100,000.
Good for me to know this weekend whenever I get around to playing that mystery payday that we got going on.
I think that tournament might actually be using a different chipset.
Oh, good to know.
We have like 3 different chipsets because we have so many different. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm having so much fun commentating over PLO because that's pretty much all I like to play now. So this is.
Oh, thanks to all the players for turning out for this tournament and giving us a tournament to cover for you all. Double suited kings show themselves again, and the aces again, no suit again. Ace queen 3 a little bit better though, having
still no suit. So I like the call from Steve-O.
Yeah, definitely a call and assess if you somehow get 3-bet. 9754 bonus heart for Roger.
Oh, wow. Oh, I thought those were 100K. Sorry. I'm still getting used to the chip denominations. We'll make the call. We're going to go 4 ways here.
285 in the middle already. Montez only has about twice that. Ace, queen, queen. Quads full for Steve-O. Or eights or boats full. I can't count. Aces full, queens full of aces.
Yeah, Steve-O just with
check here.
The entirety of the board here. No reason to bet. I mean, this is not... typically you're going to want to try to bet the turn here, but having that queen is so bad for your hand right now, so he's probably going to check again.
Shows up and Steve-O has the dry ace. And now he's got a bet, but he just... there's just no way.
Yeah, I would prefer another check, to be honest, just because no one
Yeah.
ever has a queen here.
As Alan points out, he just has way too much of
Floor
this.
table 20. Floor
Like
table
he
20.
blocks all the other hands. Like if somebody had like king queen, queen jack, you would have heard from it.
Floor table 20.
If you're all enjoying this, be sure hit that like button. Tell the algorithm you like us, and hit that subscribe button. Get the notifications turned on. Find out every time we're on the air. So much great poker content coming from Texas Card House, Austin, Dallas, and Houston. At least 5 days a week.
But yeah, we'll take a look at the prize payouts here. We had about 140,000 total in the prize pool, so we did meet our and then some for our guarantee. Top prize of $32,570. Each player now guaranteed $4,090.
Production can see him.
Nobody said I was on the edge of the seat. Let me talk this out. Give me 1 second. Are you really serious?
I got it told.
They want you to be like
You have to be
all the way
off.
out.
Oh, I was completely off there.
No.
I think they're clarifying the phone rule. No phones allowed at the table while you're on the live stream. They don't allow drinks either. Probably clarifying one of those rules.
This hand is there. This hand is there.
So it's 1 round penalty?
Floor makes that decision. That's not on me.
They said I have to be off, so I was off.
It's not my call.
Have they assessed the penalty?
No, I understand.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're really quite strict with having the phones on the live stream area, so...
Understandably so.
Yeah, so, you know, for understandable reasons. So our rule is you have to be completely off the stage. You know, technically he wasn't completely off the stage, so they are going to assess the, I think, 1 round penalty, unfortunately, for Sonny.
Double suited ace king for CC, worthy of an open. And see if CC gets any action. I don't believe so.
So, you know, I haven't played any PLO tournaments. So I guess, dude, is the typical raise size still pot, or do players do the min raises in PLO tournaments?
I mean, I understand why.
Really depends on the player, depends on the stack depth as well. Like I've definitely seen it both ways. Like there are definitely a lot of PLO players where they think pot is the only option to raise, or they just enjoy saying that word. I don't know.
Yeah.
In tournaments, like especially like playing shorter stacked, I tend to go smaller.
So tell me I've never done this, so I still like.
But this being a pot limit game, that also lets you sort of throttle how big the pot floats on the earlier streets. Because like you could, like if you pot it pre-flop, like you could find yourself all in on the flop, or like with a flop raise, or on the turn, like where maybe you don't want to.
Yeah, that's fair. We want to have more playability post-flop.
Especially with ICM being a thing, we want to see what happens on the flop and proceed from there. Kings with a suit for Steve-O. Steve-O picking up a few hands in the early going here.
60,000 call.
BKH, kind of a loose call there on the hijack.
Yeah, pretty loose there. Not even suited to the queen, and you have a pair of sevens.
And not a hand that's really got any nuttiness there.
See over here
Heads
with
up we
quite
go.
the advantage.
King in the window, and another double vote for Steve-O.
Yeah, and he has the 10 again, so in this spot, I'm tempted to check. Try to
Yeah,
let BKH catch up with either a jack or maybe even a 7 on the turn, because
There's
you know,
nothing you're afraid of.
right. And you know, say Sivo's hand was King 4-4, then I'd be more likely to bet this flop. Having that 10 is pretty key in the fact that your opponent can't have a 10 or unlikely to have a 10. I'd be probably checking there, try to trap.
You want, and it's a rainbow board. Like you want him to have Queen Jack,
Absolutely.
and then somehow
Queen Jack
make
or
it
Queen
straight,
9.
and think that maybe his straight might be worth something.
That's daily.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments here from Mighty Hammer and Sassy. He's saying that they appreciate us enforcing that rule. Helps protect the players playing this tournament, and they're playing for significant money, so we don't want to be any question on the integrity of the stream. Mighty Hammer saying lots of kings and aces. Yeah, that tends to happen when you play PLO.
Yeah,
The quality of your kings and aces, though, are very important.
Yes, not all aces are created equal.
Not at all. But this has been a really fun stream so far. Love seeing all these hands get in the mix here. Steve here with the deceptively looks like a strong hand, but under the gun, still might be a fold. If you face some aggression in later street, you can't really withstand that pressure. Limp's fine, I guess. I guess he's pretty deep, right?
I probably just let that go myself. But if you don't think you're going to get 3-bet a lot, then maybe I would rather be suited where I have an ace high and a queen high suit.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Not quite suited the right way. Clay has a suited ace and a bunch of middle cards. BKH has himself a Badugi here. Ace, queen, jack, 3 rainbow. And Montez with kings. He's got 3 clubs. One more than he'd like. We'll see if he decides to go the aggressive route or if he decides to just check his option here. I think he's going to just pile it in. And kings are certainly good enough that you could get in. He's going to make it 180, which is probably going to commit him if the 4-bet happens. Steve-O has to let it go now.
Yeah, definitely in a stack depth where he has to get it in if he gets 4-bet, like you said. Probably a little wary that there were so many limps, so he might be a little concerned that someone might be trapping with aces, like with bad aces, but still a very strong hand here.
Yeah. At BKH, if he had a nut suit, we could consider, but I think this is just a little bit too weak.
Yeah, no suits, just ace, queen, jack, and 3. Definitely letting this go. The only person out of this group that I could see consider calling here would be Clay. Looks like Clay will let it go, too. Not enough chips behind for him to play against Montez. A nice little pickup there for Montez.
And Montez increases his stack by about a third without even seeing a flop.
Which is pretty incredible there for PLO, right?
And never a bad result.
Yeah, never a bad result for sure. But, and say if this was like a PLO cash game, he'd get raised and all 5 players would call. But
Absolutely.
Nice pickup there for Montez. On to the next hand.
That's the hand that he can play.
All right, on to the next hands.
Cost 30.
BKH gonna limp in there.
He told me I forgot. 30,000 is the bet.
BK with a candidate to come in here. Ace King
Raise.
with a suit.
125,000.
125 is the raise. Steve-O, King, Queen, 10-7. One more club than he'd like.
No, it could be 135.
Out of position, it's a bit dicier.
This will.
90, 120,
That'd be
135.
123.
Yeah, I don't
That's what
know.
you said, 123?
He's gonna call here.
How's it
No.
123?
There's no
There's no
1
one.
K chip, so it can never be 123 no
I
matter.
mean, 120. Yeah.
135.
So they're having some discussion over what the pot size raised is.
Going back to level 2.
I don't know how it could possibly be 123.
You can make 123 out of
Yeah, that would be quite the feat. The 1Ks being a distant memory at this point. 3 ways we go as BKH does call. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Spades. That'll be a nut spade draw for BK. as well as top pair.
And a gut shot.
Wrap for Steve-O. Sort of.
Yeah, inside wrap there for Steve-O. BKH with just a pair of jacks.
Oh,
Bet 200.
BKH betting with just a pair of jacks and no backup.
No, BK is betting.
BK, my mistake. 250.
Yeah, given that he has not even a spade blocker here, I like the fold here from
Yeah,
Steve-O.
gotta let it go.
A nice pickup there for BK. With a very, very strong hand there.
Yeah, you think you've got 9 outs, so you only have 6 that are clean. Is one problem because a spade is not necessarily good. There's also the possibility that 3 broadways on the board, somebody else has the same straight as you, and you just get half the pot anyway. So, yeah, let that go, especially since the rest of it might go in on the turn. Let's do the next hands.
Seat 5, kings, queen, hearts. Seat 6, 5.
And get these card scans here. It can be a little bit tricky getting the 4 cards to scan all at once. But we appreciate these cards getting scanned so that we can know what's going on here.
And BKH being quite active here, limping again with the ace-8-5-3. And I guess he's having a hard time folding these suited to the ace holdings. That's definitely just a fold there on the gun.
Clay limping, BK. If he had a better suit, I like this hand better. He's gonna call. He's got the jack high clubs, ace queen jack 7. Oh, poor Sonny. He would have had aces, and Steve-O with the kings. So Steve-O's gonna flop another boat, right?
It's gonna come king, king, jack, you know?
Yeah, or king, king 3 maybe.
Or king, jack, jack, yeah.
Oh, now we've just ruined it. He only gets an open ender.
Just
an open ender.
Yeah, BK here with gut shot. And
he's got a queen, and he's got clubs.
Set of 10s for Clay, though. Currently the second nuts right now, so we can definitely see Clay start applying some pressure to fold out, you know, maybe naked club draws. Kind of similar holdings that BK could have, like weak flush draws that have a hard time calling big raises. And even nut flush draws that are, you know, say like it's like ace deuce 3-4, just nut clubs, nothing else. Those hands would probably fold as well.
And so Clay's made a 350. BK with not much. He's got a non-nut club draw. He's gonna let it go. Well, not much against this action. I'll put it that way.
Right. Yeah.
And a raise.
He has more outs than he thinks, but it's hard to really know where you're at with that many players behind. So, I like the fold, like the play from Clay. Nice hand for him. Got about 111 of y'all now joining us here. We're down to our final 8 players of our $500 100K guaranteed tournament. Pretty close to 150K in the prize pool, so almost, you know, getting, or not almost, but, you know, more than our guaranteed prize pool.
Guarantee. It beat the
guarantee.
We did beat the
guarantee.
40%.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And we can take a look at our final table payouts here. Each player guaranteed $4,090. And of course, up top, we have a top prize of $32,570. Not bad for a $500 buy-in. Of course, if anyone in the chat has any questions, you know, regarding this game or just our live stream, let us know in the chat, and William and I will do our best to answer them.
Absolutely. Interacting with the chat is like one of the most fun parts of doing this job. It's one of the best things about streaming. Get to
For sure.
interact with all of you.
Couldn't agree more.
Oh shit, here we go. And a big one. I'm not gonna catch it.
I was missing Jack Cross. I was Jack of Spade. Would have been good.
I have that time. Maybe when
Wow, gonna get a walk. First time I think we've seen this at the stream.
I had the Jack
Nice.
That's what I said. I needed Jack of Spade.
Sorry, Mama.
Yeah, Fair, that PokerAtlas system is pretty awesome. Talking about that tablet on the table that has the tournament clock. We see we're going to be going up pretty soon now.
Yeah, shout out to PokerAtlas for running this joint operation for the PokerAtlas Tour up in here in Dallas. Of course, they our entire system is run off PokerAtlas in terms of the wait lists, how our games are started. Makes everything very smooth, that whole process. So thank you to PokerAtlas, of course.
And even as just a player, I would say it seems like a pretty great product compared to what you often see around Vegas.
$30,000 for me.
Players here looks like they're tightening it up a little bit here. Really waiting for one of the shorter stacks to bust. Clay here with the try sixes.
That was a free look for him. He did not
Correct.
actually put money in the pot there, which I'm very relieved to say because certainly not a GTO move. Five's going to pair on this turn. AKH looking for a little thin value and not going to get it. Far too many sixes in Clay's hand there.
Yeah, absolutely fair. There is actually a built-in shot clock on the screen, so anytime. So I actually work as a floor as well. Fair. I work as a commentator and a floor here at TCH Dallas. And anytime I go over to a floor call that someone called clock on a player, all I do is press the clock button on the screen and just start the countdown from there. So it makes it very easy for floor rulings, floor calls, just everything.
Yeah. Well, he's right in front of
Hey, what's up, Scott? Says TCH Semi-Reg here, watching from Mexico. Looking forward to playing the title event. Well, awesome, Scott. Looking forward to having you here with us here in Dallas. For those of you that don't know, we do have a massive 1.5 million guarantee tournament at the end of the month. I'll throw up the flights here after this hand, but it's a $1,000 buy-in, 1.5 million guaranteed tournament.
No.
Should be a great one. I'll probably make it up there myself.
Yeah.
So nice to be able to play a big tournament without getting on a plane.
Yeah, that's
Stay right here in Texas. Queens with a suit for Montez.
Raise 80,000.
As we are up to 20, 40, 40 blinds now. Goes for the min raise, makes it 80. On the shorter side here. Steve-O in there. Roger may get in there on the big blind, just facing a min raise. Got to tread a little carefully, though, without the nut suit.
yeah, I think it's a fairly fine call though. 3 Broadway cards. And the 5 does still interact with the ace, so it's good enough to defend the big blind, in my opinion.
Yes, certainly. King 5-3. That'll be a 5 for Roger. Not the best hand, though. Montez still out front with the queen. Roger, though, does have a fair amount of equity as we check through. He's got a bunch of backdoors. And now he also has aces up, which is going to be pretty good as well. Montez with the gutter. Check through. River is a jack. Roger's 3 pair gonna be the winner here. if we get to showdown. Backdoor spades do get there. Nobody's going to try and tell the story, though. Roger going to take this one down, get himself over the million mark.
You guys are still here? Come on, man. I got like 7 pools. I thought I'm gonna
Montez on just
Yeah,
15 big blinds now, but still plenty to work with.
You can move it.
You can take a few flops with that stack.
You can go out, you know, wash your face, have a coffee, come back. You'll get the break. So please use your phone.
use your phone again.
I just did it.
Use it again.
Do it again. Do it again.
Someone's trying to get Sonny in trouble.
Let's take a lunch break.
Sonny just got out of jail.
Go eat in
Going to put him right back in. Joshua wondering what's the best 4 cards to hold pre and PLO. I think that would be aces and kings double suited.
Bust somebody now, that'll be hilarious.
Ace
Incorrect.
jack 10 double suited is really, really good as well.
Yeah, I believe it's ace jack 10 double suited.
Yeah, like I'd say one of those. They're both incredible hands, and I would be delighted to get stacks in. Ace jack 10 does have more ways to make the nuts because of the straightiness.
Appreciate the question there, Joshua. Four aces in your hand, you know.
Too bad you only get to play 2 of them.
Yeah. Well, you get
Roger
to pick which
gonna-
two, you know.
Roger gonna limp here. Ace queen 5-3 with the ace high diamonds. BK gonna take a free look. BK going to flop himself a pair of 10s, all hearts, nobody with a flush.
50,000 is it.
Roger gonna fire out here. BK with a 10 and a terrible gut shot. But the devil on your shoulder might be saying this was a limped blind versus blind pot.
Raise.
So he's gonna say, I don't believe you. He's gonna raise it up to 225. And Roger's gonna say, I don't believe me either.
Nice play there from BK. See, exactly my point, Mark. Having 4 aces blocks every nut flush. You have a lot of bluff opportunities.
That's
on the
very
river.
true.
Frederick Anthony. Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Willen.
I was gonna say the same thing you were about to say.
Okay. Well, will there be a horse and triple draw final table stream this weekend? No, unfortunately, those final tables will not be streamed. We're looking to stream all of our 100K guaranteed plus tournaments, I believe.
Yeah, lots of Hold'em content, some PLO content as well. Big tournaments, final tables, maybe some feature tables. That's why you got to get those notifications on with your subscription. Find out every time we are going to share some poker with you all. Oh, at the series, there was a hands in. It was I think it was the 1K PLO. I did get in pre with 3 aces actually, and a deuce and no suit, which
100,000 is it.
that did not go well. Like I was marginally ahead pre-flop, but it did not go well.
Close.
Like that's where you win if the other guy doesn't get there. Steve-O raising with his queens with a suit.
BKH here playing a lot of marginal holdings here. We'll make the call there with about 1/10 of his stack, and
This is probably an unnecessary call.
for sure.
Jack 7-6, queens, and now a 7 as well for Steve-O. Gutter for BKH. He does have the gutter to the hind ends of the straight. Gonna check it back. And he's gonna make the straight. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
100,000 is it.
Gets rewarded here with his marginal call. Let's turn a straight, but it is the bottom end of the straight here.
Steve-O's bet gets called. Deuce on the end means that the straight will be good for BKH.
That's straight.
But he can't get value, which is the problem with having this 9-nut hands, and also the front door hearts got there. So he makes a straight, just goes check, check, and he's got to settle for a small one. He does move to third and chips with that pot, but that can go away very quickly if you're playing that many hands. Like, you might be a bit better served waiting to see what happens with, like, CC Montez. See if you could get something a little stronger. Like, the key thing to know with ICM is that the chips that you lose are more detrimental than the chips that you gain are beneficial, if that makes sense.
That's a great way of putting it.
I'm
So,
certainly not the first person
stack.
to put it that way.
Yeah, stack preservation is very key at this point. CC electing for the I
Goes
guess,
pot.
yeah, compared to what the rest of the table is doing, this I didn't go for the pot size raise pre-flop.
CC short enough that this is a hand that could find its way in pre-flop. Maybe looking not to play a lot of streets. Montez with an ace-king of his own. Gonna fold. Probably did not like having that extra heart. Probably did not like seeing the open from relatively early position from a tighter player. We haven't seen CC be that active. So we take a look at the aggression stats. And we see a lot of these players, when they play hands, they play them aggressively. BKH with a somewhat stronger holding here. Ace 998 with not clubs. BK with some pretty weak kings. One suit and no straightiness here.
160.
It's going to try and end it now with a 3-bet up to 160.
Here's money and snacks, coffee, water.
For me, yes. He's facing himself.
Montez letting that go. See how BKH responds to this raise over his limp. Let's it go.
One is good.
Thank you, sweetheart. Are the blinds longer?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. I'm like, I know I said blinds up long time
I didn't know that.
ago. Huh?
So I did not know that.
Me either. And I looked down and I'm like, it's only 27
When
minutes.
did
Like
that
it's,
happen? I don't know.
I felt like it was out for like first break tonight. It was from 30 to 40. Somewhere around there. I didn't know either until like.
like I just looked down and it said 27 minutes. I was like, oh,
It's funny. Time is running slow right now.
it's fine.
Edibles just kicking in. Time slowing up.
You're enjoying this, be sure hit that like button.
I have to order you a beer too.
Say hi in the chat.
I don't know what they drink.
Even better.
He's actually just trying to get you guys a chance so you can take your chance.
That's
Like, that's his
my
plan.
edge.
Raise 125.
BKH here will open the action with double suited queens.
He's drinking those non-alcoholic beers.
Say goals.
And we'll just take it down here. Nice hand for him. Imagine we're going to see a lot of this for quite a while until one of the shorter stacks busts out. You know, a lot of players have to be quite wary that they don't get too marginal with their holdings pre-flop. Because like William said earlier, you know, chips lost a lot more detrimental than you know, whatever chips gained.
Yeah, you would hate to have something silly happen and you lose yourself like 15 bigs, and now you might go out next instead of the short stack. As these pay jumps become bigger and bigger as we get deeper. Open candidate for Roger, ace, king, 10-9, two suits, not quite the right way.
He said it was for WSOP. Raised 80,000.
No, it was at the area of the poker go.
Goes the min raise.
It was a lot different. It was like a little hot. The lights were like a lot
Beaming
more,
on you, yeah.
I was super nervous.
I'm nervous.
Kings for Steve-O, because of course, makes the call. Has the king high clubs, doesn't really have a lot else going for that hand. BKH going to come along in the big blinds. 8-7 deuce, that's going to be heart draws for Roger and BKH. Roger's the better draw. Open ender for Roger as well.
Yeah, BKH also has a gut shot.
Roger has everything except a made hand here, so I think he bets.
250,000 is the bet.
Quarter mil, not quite pot. Does set up a turn shove.
Yeah,
BKH
this is the
will
problem. Yeah, this is the problem of playing a hand like this from BKH's point of view. Is, you know, you are drawing relatively well, but you know, say he does make his heart here, you just end up doubling up Roger given the stack depths.
BKH will pick up a second gut shot on this 4 of diamonds. Checks it's Roger who checks back. Six of clubs on the ends. Roger making the straight. BKH breaking out.
Absolute nuts here for Roger. Wow, and
BKH gonna bluff it.
BKH.
He's going to say, I have 10-9. Makes it 325. I think Roger's going to use the rest of his chips to say, I have 10-9. Gonna count his chips out here. All in is the only raise that makes sense, and this will be a raise with the absolute nuts. He moves all in, and assuming this hand is scanned correctly, BKH cannot call. He just has ace high, and he lets it go. I have to throw that disclaimer out there. I have been burnt by some misreads before.
No, I think those were read correctly just based off of BKH's reaction.
For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
You know, where he was sitting closer to the middle of the pack, now he's, you know, towards the bottom, and
Yeah, he's dwindled, just like we've been saying all night.
you know, I like this aggression, but definitely you need to take a little more consideration given the ICM implications. Gave himself an opportunity to win the pot there, but you know, sometimes just checking and giving up is the right play.
Probably felt a little bit motivated by turn going check check. Perhaps thinking that Roger might have bet a 10-9 type hand.
just don't show it. They'll schedule it. And everybody's like, oh, I'm so want to. And then do a training. 1 or 2 people show up.
You gotta see it anyway.
10, 9, 6, 2 suits. Might Sonny play this hands?
I think it's still
Not
fine
this
to fold.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, I'm fine with the fold. And BKH gonna limp in there.
It's fine.
Quite taking a pre-look. He's got
Yeah,
2
you-
suits.
You really just don't want to ever be put in a spot where you're having to make a tough decision. You know, in hands like that, you end up
Oh,
having tough
he's not gonna
decisions
have
a
any
lot of the
tough decisions here. He has flopped himself a boat.
time. Right.
Check, check. And now both players have a diamond draw. Quay cannot lose here. He already has a full house.
Turning a better full house as well. Now trying to get value. He's going to try to get value from another jack here.
Goes for the min bet, and he does get value from a diamond draw, which is drawing dead here.
Wow, interesting call here from BKH.
10 of hearts will get him off the hook, though. Quay only has 3 boats here. And no flush.
125.
And does not get any further value.
It made you scream that all across the room.
So now
Don't bring it to
BKH dwindling all the further here.
It's the same difference.
I think CC's move might be to wait him out.
If we're down like 3 hands
He
to play,
He believed in you, man. He believed in you.
It was like 5.2, right?
It's like,
Rena
yeah.
cheering for Quay. So the fun thing about streaming these final tables as well, players can have a virtual rail essentially. Even if we are looking on half an hour later.
Yeah, for those curious, we are streaming live from Dallas, Texas, from our TCH Dallas location. We are on a 30-minute delay for our tournament live stream. These players are playing for significant money up top, so we don't want there to be any question on the integrity of the game here.
Sonny with aces now.
We've yet to see good aces. We've only seen bad aces tonight, I think.
And we're going to get some more of the same here. But he's got to play this one. It's been a bit since we've seen him play hands. Montez with 1 too many queens. Jack 10, 8, 8 double suited for BKH. This, I see him playing this hands.
Yeah, I think most of the time it's fine playing this hand, but given his stack depth, I think I would have just folded. It's gonna be, you know, you pretty much only have a pot-sized bet left in your stack if, you know, another player comes along here.
I think Roger just calls here ace, king, queen, 9, 3 clubs.
Yeah, so BKH here in an interesting spot here with only a pot-sized bet, about a pot-sized bet left.
Ace,
And look
3,
at that.
deuce. Sonny
Wow.
flopping a set and a wheel.
The wheel with the redraw. So rare that would happen.
And looks like he's going to put out a small bet here. 125. And Roger has top pair and back doors. And he's deep enough that he's going to raise and get punished immediately. Sonny going to rip it in, and I don't think Roger's going to be that enthusiastic about his hands.
Wow, Sonny with the nuts and the nut redraw. With top
I don't.
set.
Well, so if you're Roger, like you're blocking the set of aces, and how many hands does Sonny raise with pre that have 5-4? Like that's what he's got to be thinking here, or threes or deuces. Like how many of those are raising pre?
Yeah, I mean,
Especially from +1.
I know it doesn't make too much sense, but just the way Sonny played this, right? I mean, 4-bet, or let me see, 3-bet on the flop here. I mean, he's repping top set or straight here.
If I'm Sonny, I probably would have just flatted Roger's raise
table
and
20.
I think we have another floor call.
Once they're facing a bet, I'm not able to tell you what.
620. I tell you, 620.
If he, yeah. Question. Bets 125. Bets 125. Raise to 300. Goes all in. He's asking what's in the middle. I told him I can't tell him.
He needs to even see the reds in the.
Well, yeah, I can spread the pot, but
Yeah, but the question is if he can ask how much.
I just thought she could tell me, but she said she couldn't.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of confused
They
because
can tell you what the pot amount is or what the bet you're facing.
Yeah. So
Pot amount, they can tell you the pot amount.
Like if he says.
what is pot? But once you're facing a bet, I'm not.
spread it out,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. Yes, sir.
and Roger wanted to know what was in the middle to begin with, but that's not a question that can be answered.
no, I disagree. It actually is an answer that could be answered.
Well, I mean, well, not including the bet, like excluding the bet, I think is what
Correct.
he wanted.
Correct. No.
Yeah.
Excluding the bet, she can tell them that.
Yeah, I think that's what he was looking for. Like if we're talking about including the bet, I mean, we know that
Right. He has to do the
price
math
tag's
himself.
1.1, yeah.
Right. But I think all he's wondering is how much is currently in the middle. So
Now you have 2 pairs.
I'm wondering why they ruled that way.
A bit.
Because we've
let it go.
kind of just some side note with the floor, working as a floor here. We've been
I think it'll
pre-shifting that
show.
actually a lot.
Yeah, like if I'm Sunny, I probably just flat him because like ace 3 deuce, and you have the wheel and you have top set. What turn are you afraid of?
Yeah, I'm really surprised he decided to jam on the flop there.
If Roger decides he wants to bluff, or if he wants to overvalue something, let him.
Absolutely.
imagine-
say,
imagine
say a
the
king
turn-
on the turn. King
Yeah,
or
like
queen
if
on
it's
the
a
turn.
king or a queen, like you're getting Roger's stack.
Yep. Very interesting decision there from Sonny to just jam the flop there when, at that point he's only repping the nuts and you're getting all ace X, all 2 pair holdings, even 2 pair holdings to fold
Yeah.
in that spot.
Like we said, like there's no such thing as an 80-20 in Omaha. That was basically like an 80-20 or better. Like
Right, right.
like whatever Roger has is drawing almost
Very
completely
slim.
dead.
Yeah.
Let's see, like he could have a gut shot, like he could have some kind of rat maybe. Like we can't be that afraid of that though. I mean, we can't say, well, you have 8-7-6-5 or
If you
something.
don't have a set, I had to put that in there.
80,000 is the bet.
No.
Or aces for Clay, and he's got clubs and a bunch of wheel cards. If only this were high-low.
210.
Some of these aces would be great if there was a low.
Raise to 210.
Still a pretty strong hand here. It does have
It
one
is.
suit and a lot of interaction with the other cards. So I like
Yeah.
the raise here from Clay.
And hey, he could flop a set and a wheel without hands.
Yeah, we just saw it happen, right?
Oh, 210.
Steve-O gonna come along. Ace 10-10, 8, 3 diamonds.
Man, the shorter stacks love seeing this. The 2 big stacks going to war here.
Nobody gonna be in love with this Queen Jack 3 2 hard flop. Aces still ahead for Quay. Gutter for Steve-O.
You know what you started with? What? You know what you started with? I couldn't really see because you were shuffling. You don't have to tell me that. Okay, thank you.
Check, check. And there's the hearts that nobody has. 6 of hearts. Play with the gutter. Nobody even has the dry ace of hearts. Check, check.
Yeah, just trying to get the
Another 3.
showdown at this point. Actually, a pretty good card for Clay. Now counterfeiting other 2 pair holdings, maybe like Queen Jack, that wouldn't want to bet turn once the hearts come in. So, he could have a decision here to go for some thin value, try to target a queen, but we'll just happily just go to showdown, not trying to get into battle with the other big stack.
Absolutely. You don't want to reopen the action here.
Yeah, it would have been a pretty sick move from Steve-O. Actually, yeah, it would open up the action save. Clay did try to go for some thin value, trying to target a queen or kings. And then if, say, Steve-O had a hand like Queen Jack, double blocking the top boats, he might, decide to go for it there. But
And that's the nightmare when
Yeah,
you're
that
towards
you'd
the
be-
top of the chip order.
right.
But I didn't have king.
Oh, okay.
Not that I know if Steve-O would go for it in that spot against the other big stack. When, you know, in fact, yeah. On to the next one, though. Clay and Steve-O still on the top of the leaderboard. Montez with a fun hand here. Unfortunately, only sitting on about 12.5 big blinds.
If I'm him, I'm cursing the fact that I'm under the gun.
Yeah, but does realize that he is the shortest stack, so needs to make some kind of move here.
DC, our other short stack with queens. And gonna make the raise here. 10, 9, 8, 7 for Clay. He's got the rundown, and
Yeah.
he's gonna come along.
180.
Yeah, pretty standard here from Clay. Obviously would rather have a double suit here, but 7, 8, 9, 10 with a single suit is very, very strong. Sonny here probably just going to get out of the way. And Montez
Montez
an
has a
interesting
choice
decision
now.
here. Yeah.
Do we want to take this 3 ways? Like, the more multi-way we get, the more nutty we want to be. The good news is we're not playing any more streets here for Montez. Like, we can call and be fit or fold on the flop,
Goes 180.
or you could jam.
Decided to go for the lower variance route here.
Makes the call. He's got half pot behind. If he gets anything here, I think he's going to be all in. And he gets not a whole lot here.
Yeah, that's not
a couple
enough.
straight draws, and the diamonds out there. I don't think this will be enough. I agree with you. And
It's just barely not enough. Like, say that 9 was a heart. Oh, then he's happily getting it in. He's just like, oh, okay, this is enough.
Instead, we check through. Nobody loving those cards, and nobody loving that second ace all that much either.
But could potentially see this check all the way through again here on the turn.
And plus, we get a 10 maybe. Oh, we don't. 5 of hearts on the ends.
Checks around.
Check again, and aces and queens going to do it for CC.
Wow, that was a big pickup there for CC. Not having even bet.
50%
Facing
and
no
a hand to check
aggression.
down.
Yeah, facing no aggression all the way down to the river. Yeah, I don't blame Jose there for trying to get that, try to go in there 3 ways. Definitely just handicapping yourself a little bit more by not being able to make any hand there. But
CC on much more solid footing now with the 30 big blinds. Montez down to just 8 bigs and BKH around 15 or so. So CC definitely back in this thing.
It's easy to play with.
As we get another hand here, playing 20, 40, 40 blinds. PokerAtlas Tour PLO Final Table on TCH Live. William Lottie, the New York Knit with you. Derek alongside me over the interwebs, not physically, but virtually alongside.
Oh, it's 40.
fun hand here for Clay. Definitely going to come in here for the raise. Oh, it just decides to call.
Certainly could have considered raising as well. Against an under the gun limper, you don't want something silly to happen, like you get limp re-raised, and I think stack depths are a consideration there too. You both have a ton of chips.
That's fair. Yeah, and you have some shorter stacks in the blinds that might just jam over your limp, and you're going to happily just see a flop against them.
Montez is going to get a free look here. Queen 10, 9, 6. A hand that could certainly connect. And 983 all clubs is not going to be the connection he wants. It's going to be great for Clay, though, who does flop the ace-high clubs, otherwise known as the nuts.
Interesting decision here from Steve-O to bet this flop. Having no club in hand would be pretty key to bet this flop.
Clay just flats. Ace on the turn. And doesn't help Steve-O at all. I think he's going to be in give-up mode here. Clay looking for value.
205.
Not going to find it. 205. Quick fold.
Nice hand
I
there
like
for
that
Clay.
205 sizing. Like that, I think you're probably targeting like a set of nines, a set of eights, like a 9-8 type hand maybe. Having the ace, you block a lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
Two.
Dose, please.
Josh had asked a bit ago, do the cards have chips in them? Yes, they do. They have RFID chips, and players put the cards on those scanners with the targets on the felt, and that's how we know what cards they've got.
Blackbird, here is Enter Blackbird. Table 1.
That is the way it's typically done in the poker streaming industry. BK going for the min raise, Queen Jack 5-3, 2 suits. Steve-O kind of defends his big blind against that min raise. Heads up we go. Another monotone flop, ace 10, 8 all spades, nobody holding spades. Middle pair for Steve-O. Both players with a straight draw.
60,000.
BK putting out the C bet. This probably gets it done. Steve-O without any spades and just middle pair does let it go.
Thank you, Ben.
As we see, Montez starting to run out of time here. I don't know if the next level is 2550 or 3060.
I believe he goes to 2550.
2550, so he's got about 2 orbits before he blinds out here. I'd like to see him all in before he pays the blinds again, unless we see somebody else get crippled before then.
Sure, that's running through his mind right now. Just give me any good rundown or aces here.
Just like half a beer.
Raised to 90,000. Calls 90.
Pretty nice holding for Steve-O. Ace, Jack, 10, 8, 2 suits. Gonna call out of position. If you could also 3-bet if you're gonna play out of position. We will go heads up. King 5-3 rainbow. Give Steve-O some backdoors. Pair of 8s still good for Clay. We will continue.
130,000.
About half pot. Steve-O gonna fold. I think if ICM weren't a thing, he'd probably peel. Having a bunch of backdoors there. He's probably thinking he doesn't want to face a more substantial turn bet.
No, absolutely. And you know, if he was in position too, definitely an easier call. But being out of position makes it very tough.
Just
There was a lot of good cards, turn cards that you could have seen for sure.
Yeah. There's also a hand like that you could consider 3-betting pre if you're going to be out of position and try and neutralize that disadvantage. Like imagine you 3-bet and he flats, and now you can c-bet that flop and take it.
Stop. C5 key scan. Key scan him.
Pair of 8 sure wouldn't be peeling there.
You good, Mama. I got a little birdie in my ear telling me.
Tika has voices in her head. Don't we all around here? Just our awesome production team telling her that some of these cards didn't scan.
This might be it here for Montez. Yeah, I mean,
He's going to make his stance here on the cutoff jack, 9-8-7 with a suit. And I think
I'm telling you, it's very profitable.
CC won't give action, actually.
One round is profitable.
There was, and then you came back and got 300 for me. 400.
BKH, our other short stack, I think is going to indulge Montez, going to make a raise. And they're going to just get in here.
wow, just decides to get it in there with the Queen 9-9 deuce. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, typically this would be a very bad call, but
Like there's no
actually
stack to
has-
pop, though. The
yeah,
one thing
actually
is like
has.
BKH as the short stack or the next short stack might be thinking like they're just waiting us out anyway. 6-3-3 spades. That's gonna be a spade draw for BKH to go with his pair of 9s. 5 of spades is going to end the night for Montez, I believe. As
now he
that'll
had
be
some.
it.
Oh yeah, he had hit the flush. Yeah.
Spades are going to get the job done for BKH. Going to knock Montez out in 8th place. Good
Yeah,
game.
Montez-
And, thank you so much for playing tonight.
Yep, GG to Montez taking home a nice payday of.
On YouTube or Byron?
Wait a second here.
$4,090.
$4,090.
And BKH with those spades has secured everybody a score of at least $5,030. But still so much more to play for. 32,500 up top tonight as we play this PLO Final Table from Texas Card House, Dallas,
It's safe.
part of the PokerAtlas Tour.
I don't know. My kids want to watch. I was just telling them, hold on.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah, send them a link.
Yeah, I don't want them to get interested.
Yeah, 25.50 the same.
Between hands, you
If you're going to send your kids the link, be sure and step all the way away from the stage before you do it. We don't want any incidents.
I call my double up.
What's a third? It's a big one.
Right, yeah.
That's not good for you guys. I go. I'll take it.
I'm sure that we'll be watching this replay. You can watch this back on the TCH Live Poker channel
Seriously, you know.
on YouTube.
I was very happy.
All the archives there, hundreds of shows
Very, very appreciative.
over the coming up on 4 years now. TCH Live has been around.
Person have a coffee?
Raise 100,000.
BK gonna open the action with the Jack 9-8-7 seal suit. Pretty similar holding that Montez had just previously. Looks like Sonny will let go of that hand.
Not yet. Not yet. Yeah, get off the stage, Sonny.
Get off the stage. Just go clear over to the restrooms. Just be absolutely sure. Maybe go over to the counter and get yourself a soda and send your messages there. You can never be too careful around here.
Yeah, especially if you're playing for 32,000.
Ace 10-4 is going to give BKH a pair of 10s to go with his pair of queens. Not much for BK, except the initiative is the pre-flop raiser. And see if BKH wants to hang around with a second pair. He does not.
It's wrapped around the 10. You was wrapped around the 10. Half pocket queen with no redraw.
You see BKH, our short stack, now sitting on 15 bigs.
how to last longer? I don't know. Some guys were talking earlier. I know for the payday mysteries, they were doing $1,000 last longer.
We are up to 25, 50, 50 now.
Yeah, I understand, but there was not a lesson yesterday.
Oh.
They wouldn't even,
They,
I would have got in there. I wish I would have.
they were.
There was not one yesterday. It's a morning final.
Yeah,
Is
they.
there a second person who's on?
Steve-O opening up
It's
here.
really good. It's not. Like, it's just like friends. It's just like friends.
Yeah, that's good. That's all. That's
Going the 2.5 big blind sizing. Roger. Ace King with the suit and a couple of danglers.
Like they didn't take it like that.
Maybe. Blinds are getting high enough, stacks are getting shallow enough that you decide maybe you don't want to mess around so much with these more dangly holdings, so he does choose to let that go.
I just kind of hear him talk about it every once in a while.
You have something?
And I heard
I
him talk
had
about it this morning.
similar hand where I against him.
Last time I know it was
King club,
2-5 clear
wheel card, but my dangler was not.
It's been an exciting final table so far. We are sharing the final table of our 100K guaranteed PLO event. $500 buy-in. We had about 350 entrants in this event, over almost 150,000 in the prize pool. Top prize of 32,500. Down to our final 7 players now.
50,000.
Yeah, it's pretty close though.
What's up?
Shipley or Sevens. Yeah, everyone's kind of close.
I'll swap stacks with you.
I'll swap with you.
Finally, I'm break even
150,000.
for this tournament.
Oh, you said you fired a bunch of bullets,
I'm
right?
$500 up.
Oh, you fired 9 bullets?
In this event?
That's the reason I'm about to give you that master.
I shot about 9 bullets in this. Not so
Okay,
much,
nice.
yeah.
9?
Roger with the suited ace.
A lot of perseverance to get it.
Kind of inconvenient to be in the small blind with that kind of hand, though. Does let it go.
I fired 4 bullets after bagging. 5 bullets after bagging.
BK is going to defend. His diamonds are dominated as we go heads up.
So day 2 and then play it again? Or what do you do? Take the biggest stack?
Yeah.
No diamonds here.
Yeah, man, cash.
Jack 8 deuce 2 hearts.
Check.
BK with the dry ace of hearts to go with his pair of deuces. BK's 9s are ahead as we go check.
Second or third bullet. After that, 6 bullets.
Turn is Queen of Hearts. Suddenly that dry heart becomes a little bit more relevant here.
Came over here.
Remember that? You
Came
played.
over here.
You played.
BK gonna
The plan was
go 200K and
trying to
we'll get the better hand to fold out.
if I didn't.
Yeah, nice hand there for BK. You know, it kind of worked both ways, having the 10 and ace of hearts. Can
It
rep
was just for a little while.
queen high straight and the nut
But you
flush
were
there.
in-
Did you
Because
back?
the tables are right next to each other. So.
Did you back that one?
Yeah,
Or the
yeah,
PLO.
no, that's the only one I played. Yeah.
Gotcha.
They let you do that?
They did.
Why would they say no?
Well, one guy said no, the other guy said he already told me I could. So if he hadn't told me I could, I probably wouldn't have. I had a bad beat on it too. Queens
We
in the,
would.
versus ace.
I don't think we
I
would
remember
know
that.
We'll get some more cards dealt out here. Hand number 34 heading our way on this final table.
They're playing 2 tournaments, you just get blinded out. And the other one, so.
The cash from that, right? Everyone's paying time.
A raise, 125,000.
CC getting in there. I think BKH going to give some action here.
Oh,
Holding
okay.
queens with a suit.
I just pitch cards.
I think BKH should be going the aggressive route here. Just get in if you're going to play this hand, and looks like that is the route he's going to go.
Yeah,
Does look like
totally
he's
agree.
potted it.
375.
I definitely would not call here if you were deciding to play it. Just pretty much any ace or king X holding, hitting a pair would just be detrimental to your holdings. So you want to clear up the field a little bit and just try to get it in against CC's hand here.
Folds back to CC. Ace, king, jack, 7, king, high hearts. Might be a little more, never mind. Looks like they're going to just get in here. I think that was a raise from CC. Yeah, they're putting chips in.
The original bet was
We'll go to run out here, see if these queens can hold up against CC's overs.
That's just internet.
AKH the player at risk here.
So I need an ace.
You want a queen or no queen?
I need an ace. Ace it.
CC calling for some big cards here.
Don't get too greedy now.
Oh, okay, one.
Here we go. 10, 6, 4. BKH with a pair of 10s. No draws for CC there.
New streak 88
3 of spades. This is looking bleak for her.
600, 1200 with the 12.
Another 3. It's going to be queens and 3s to get the double up for BKH.
I'm actually kind of surprised that CC decided to ship it in there after GKH jammed.
I like it better with the nut suit or if the 7 were a Broadway card.
Correct, yeah. Just a little more connectivity, a little more ways to win the hand. Just banking on the ace or king seems a little marginal.
It's a nightmare if he turns over something like aces or kings.
Exactly. But nice hand there for BKH. Now up to 25 big blinds. CC, now the short stack with 11 big blinds.
And they basically swapped stacks here. But we've seen CC on the ropes before, and certainly still a lot of poker left to be played tonight.
I'm probably throwing.
Unless they make a deal, then there's less poker to be played. But hey, we're gonna hope that they play to the end and we get max chaos here.
Oh no, I'm all about it.
Hashtag no chops. I haven't chopped anything in years myself. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I don't really play that many tournaments, but yeah, it's been. I don't think I've really chopped either.
same button.
Fold it off to the cutoff here. Certainly holding that Roger can consider raising.
Raise 100.
Looks like
And
he will. See what here. Try suits. Not much connectivity there. Will let it go. And those of y'all in the chat wondering what I keep saying about connectivity in your hand. You want all 4 of your cards kind of working together, right? Either where they're double suited.
Don't try to trick this. What time is it? 8:46.
You don't really want too many gaps between all 4 of your holdings. Say a hand like ace 10, 5 deuce. It's too many gaps between all 4 of your cards.
What happens if it takes me 4 minutes at a time? I get.
Yeah, you still get
Yes, we're looking to make straights and flushes and good 2 pairs.
Do it again.
But
Do it again.
Do it again. Do it again.
Is it 3 rounds of penalty if I do it again?
Man, I wonder what the tip
It's 2 rounds.
I really would like to.
Have a 2-round penalty. Let's find out.
I don't know what the.
I would like to really know.
Pull your phone out. We can find out.
I really would like to know.
Well, you can.
Just all you have to do is pull your phone out. We can find out real fast.
Good
If he
God.
was to get another penalty, would it be a 1 round or a 2 round?
But how do you know that? Oh, you'll watch.
Yeah.
Rick for 1 2.
It would be up to the. It would be at the discretion of the floor.
BK may be opening here, and yes, he will.
Raise 110.
110,
It's
just
up-
over
it's
min.
the discretion of the floor. 110,000.
Queen Jack 10-6 for Sonny. That stupid tangler. I
Yeah,
don't
it's-
think he's going to let it stop him.
Almost a beautiful hand there. Say if it was like the 9 of spades. My
It's
goodness.
6 of diamonds, so we call that a tangler. That's like the 4th card that doesn't work with the other 3.
Still
That's
reasonable
what we
enough to
mean.
call on the button though, I think. Place the post flop. And that's the nuts there for Sonny. Unfortunately, BK with the nut flush draw.
This could escalate.
Yeah,
Straight
BK with
versus
nothing
nut
else though,
spades.
just naked nut flush draw.
Sonny gonna bet. I don't think BK can fold at this juncture. The question is, does he consider any kind of aggression? We saw what happened to Roger when he check raised, and BK gonna play it a little bit differently, just gonna call.
Clean turn card here. I think good spot for Sonny to pot now on the turn.
Now we want to put pressure on anything strong that BK might have. Like, for example, like a spade draw, or perhaps some sort of pair, two pair, plus better straight draw. And Sonny going to take it with that bet.
Yeah, pretty close to pot size bet there, and we'll get him to fold. Nice hand there for Sonny.
Sonny's showing the goods.
Oh, honey, yeah, I'll take a ultra, please.
Ultra or hot chocolate?
Ultra.
Ultra.
I'll take a water, please.
An ultra hot chocolate.
Crown and Coke.
So Quay with the most chips easily at 52 bigs. A lot of players in the middle.
Yeah. You just have to give it to the waitress, and the waitress dispenses it.
Interesting to see if Quay can find some spots to maybe apply some pressure on those middle stacks and chip up himself
I don't drink either.
and perhaps position himself better to win the tournament.
I don't drink a lot of beer.
He must have read my mind 30 minutes ago. He does make the race here with 9876. Not sure I'm applying that pressure under the gun myself.
Yeah, that's got to be the 5th tri-suit hand that Roger's gotten tonight. Running bad. Sonny here with what seems like a good hand is actually quite bad.
Yeah,
You typically
a lot
don't
of
want to
his-
have a deuce or 3 in your hand.
You're going to make a lot of non-nut hands with that. Like the straights and flushes that you'd be making there, they're not going to be the nuts. And then if you make your hands, you win a small pot or you lose a big one.
You know, even if you say if you made like trips with one of those cards, you don't have a good
It's
kicker.
gonna be better trips.
Yeah.
King, king, 3, and nobody has a king here. Sonny's got a 3, which is going to be second best because 10s are going to beat that 3. We check through. Hey, look, another 3. Sonny has those trips with no kicker that you were talking about. And
Currently the best hand, but definitely could be put in a tough spot if someone decides to bluff on the spot. But
we also have a couple of weak diamond draws here, Sonny and BKH, with some dusty diamonds. We check through again. 7 of spades. We'll seal it for Sonny. BKH gonna stamp at this.
wow, and into 3 other people, this looks very, very strong.
That's a quarter pot here, 125. Quay just has a 7 with no kicker. I don't think he can actually call here. This is going to be a bluffer. He's going to call. Never mind. And now Sonny with these terrible trips, what is he? He calls.
Wow, he makes the call too, and Sonny.
No good.
Sonny going to show his trip 3s with a 5.
What the heck is happening here?
Right.
Clay made the call there too. That's incredible.
Yeah, I was not expecting Quay to call.
Wow, big pot there for Sonny, and we just see the chip lead change just like that. Sonny up to 52 big blinds after Clay making that call in the river, with someone behind as well. Wow, that was incredible.
Yeah, no, but look. Huh? Yeah, no, but look.
Very strategic with 20 minutes out of break.
We don't get breaks. Wait, are y'all doing breaks? Are they doing breaks?
Why wouldn't they do break?
Like a 5-minute.
because of the live stream. Out of 17.
Yeah, at the final table there's no break.
Just 20 minutes.
And people are now learning that the final table, when it's streamed, the breaks work a little bit differently than if there was no stream.
I just gifted you that last bet. I thought he had absolutely nothing at river to 7.
Oh, really? I really thought you had aces of queens.
We're not gonna race off for a while.
Shouldn't have called with 2 people behind me.
They can clearly see. Next line was.
Roger raising it up with some queens.
25. I'm like, it's 30-60 and we need the 5, so. I don't know what.
Sunny ace jack with hearts.
125?
Gonna call here. A little bit
All of it?
wider, and CC gonna take a stance here. Ace king 10-7.
So total?
All in for 400. I doubt this gets through.
I got 440.
Roger could consider repopping to get it heads up. Roger letting it go. And now, I don't see how Sonny can fold now for another 315. It's not a strong hand, but this is the spot that he put himself in when he called to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, this is getting a crazy price here to knock out a player.
Gonna count his chips.
Still be over 2 million if he makes this call, and I think he'd still have the chip lead. So, opportunity to get a little more chips and knock out a player.
If we're not calling now, we shouldn't have called the flop raise to begin with.
I fold.
He folds.
Wow.
Massive gift for CC, who does show.
Right. I mean, even he still has a decent amount of equity against that hand. So,
What do you think about Roger
Wow.
folding those queens, though?
I missed that part, honestly.
Yeah, that was the thing that happened. So Roger was the opener originally, and Sonny flatted, CC popped it.
Ace jack 8-9.
Like I was actually thinking, if anything, Roger might have gone for the 4-bet
I had 8-9 off with you.
to make sure it
Yeah.
gets heads up.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what hands you're supposed to be calling off with in tournament PLO. It's just so different from cash,
I think it just becomes straight pot odds at that point.
I know, but I can't take a chance.
That said, I'm far from a PLO wizard myself.
Oh no, certainly in Sunny's position, I would have called off of there.
Yeah,
Closing
I'm
the
talking
action.
about Roger's position with the queens. Like Sonny's
Oh.
for sure. I think
Roger, I don't.
I think
What were his other
Roger
cards? What was it? Queen, queen, what?
something kind of connected. I can scroll back.
Yeah, I think Sonny's hand was a call, no question.
Oh, absolutely. Roger had king, queen, queen, 4, rainbow.
King, queen. Well, it's rainbow, right?
He was the opener. It was 275 more, and 4-betting was also a possibility.
If you are gonna play, I like 4-betting it more.
Yeah,
Sure.
I would have
Yeah.
probably like min 4-bet it, make it like maybe 700 or so. And diamond draw for Clay here,
75,000.
as well as top pair, and Roger with the open ender here, gonna call Quay's bet, and 9 of diamonds is gonna be the flush for Quay. Roger picking up a pair of 9s. Check, check. And no further improvement for Roger on this deuce of hearts. That said, like, having played with Roger, he does tend to be a little bit on the snugger side. Like, you won't see anything too insane out of him. I think in his spot on that last hand, though, like, if you're going to open the king, queen, queen, 4, and you get that action, like, I do think you probably make a small 4-bet and almost certainly just run it out heads up against CC. Oh, we'll never know what the outcome would have been there. And Roger gonna let it go here. Quay going to collect the pot with his jack high flush. That's the thing that gets missed about poker, though. Like when you when you're going to take an action, you should consider what could happen. Like, what's your plan? Like, you raise. What's your plan if you get re-raised? What's your plan on later streets? Like, if I bet the flop, if I check the flop, what's my plan on the next street? Unless I'm all in, the hand's not over yet. I think we saw that in particular with Sonny on that hand where, like, we're calling the 125, but we're not calling the 275. Like, if I can't call the 275, I'm not calling the 125 myself, but that's just me. I don't know about you.
I agree. Especially with the dead money from Roger. Like, he was getting a pretty insane price there.
It's like, if you're going to tell me, if you want to fold that hand, the time to fold that was like 2 minutes before, is what I'm saying.
Agreed. Playing with a fun hand here. Queen 754. Certainly raisable hand here on the button. Double suited and decently connected between the bottom 3 cards. Gonna have a pretty similar holding from BK here, with better spades. We'll see that BK does have an open ender.
Play with bottom 2.
Bet 125.
So both players probably gonna show continued interest here. Play with the 2 pair. And he's got the 5. He is blocking the straight draw. Clay gonna put his foot on the gas pedal here and make it 400.
BK is raising.
BK, my mistake.
15-minute levels. Registration will stay open for the first 2 hours plus the break.
Clay gonna call?
No, he repotted. And,
Oh, he potted? I
it's
heard
gonna
call. Okay, pot. You said pot. Are we just gonna get in here?
Wow, it's gonna get BK to fold here.
Is he? And he's thinking about it.
Oh, there's no way he can call off
That's a
here.
lot of chips.
There's no way he can call here. I mean, he has no clubs.
You just
nothing.
have the open ender. This is.
He has queen high right now.
He's gonna let it go.
What a play there from Clay.
It's this times 3, which is 12, plus this.
That don't count.
Always
I'll
take the
take-
last bet times 3. and
I'll
just
take
have the
Clay up to the 3 million mark here.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great game when, you know, players that made the final table still don't know how to calculate pot.
Absolutely.
Another
Come on down to Texas Card House where
Yeah.
we don't know how to count.
If another
And
player
I don't
Absolutely.
even know whose action it
I
is.
count it. But because he's the one who's
Man, I'm dead money. Like, you should all try and find me this weekend when I'm up there.
You don't count the players.
I can't
Well, I
possibly know.
wasn't referring to us. I was referring to the players on the table. But
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
Now, this was purely at my expense as well.
Somebody bets 125, and then
And they count.
no, you did, but
Rest assured, our dealers do know how to count. Players, not so much. Commentators, maybe it's like 50-50.
175 money.
what is it, baby?
175,000.
CC opening up a pretty strong holding here, one that could probably just get in if offered the opportunity. Folds and Sunny in these small blinds. Suited ace, some middling cards. A hand that could probably just find the muck.
I'll tell you.
Said he's gonna make the call.
Might invite Steve-O here, but completely rainbow hand.
You
But
gotta resist the temptation. He is gonna call though.
Yeah, I'd probably end up folding just because of how it's just
Yeah,
completely
like this,
rainbow.
you're gonna make a lot of non-nut straights with this hand and like middle two pairs, or just like a gut shot on this Ace Jack 3, which does give CC the best hand at the moment. Aces with a king, as well as having a gut shot.
Sure.
Over to CC, who has just over pot behind.
All in, whichever one's less.
And she is gonna pot it, which that just gets the quick folds. Like we don't even have to discuss whether
No aces.
her bet is heavy or not. Look at CC in 4th place in the chip counts.
Yeah, making a comeback here. Well done on her part. Picking her spots well.
That's how it goes with these tournaments. Like you just like whatever goes on, as long as you got chips, you're still in there, and just keep making the right decisions and hope they work out.
I'm not
One of the first tournaments I ever called on this stream was it featured like a 19-1 comeback heads up.
Oh my god.
Most incredible thing. It was back when we used to stream the Sunday tournament down in Austin, and the guy had to win like 3 blinds all-ins in a row, and he did, and then he just kept winning all-ins. Like anything can happen. Like getting aces like Clay just got.
Raise 200.
You really had aces last.
Clay here, certainly hand he could raise. We'll make it 200,000.
And he's got a customer with BKH.
But you might be ahead of me.
Wow, surprised he decided to call here.
Yeah, it's probably a little light.
Oh
And
boy.
oh dear,
Yeah.
Ace-4. This is going to be huge trouble for BKH. He flaps top and bottom, but Clay with
Top set.
top set and nut diamond draw.
Yeah, and this is the problem with calling a 3-bet with a hand like this. You typically don't want to have an ace in your hand if you're going to call a 3-bet. You're going to get coolered so often, right? Against
Clay
exactly like
bets
this.
half pot, and BKH has top and bottom. What's he going to do? He's just going to go broke here. That's the only thing he can do. He can go broke. Down to just like a backdoor straight, or I guess backdoor quads.
That's 2%. Yes, the backdoor quads.
Yeah, like he's not folding top and he didn't call pre to fold top and bottom, did he?
I'd be impressed if he did.
That'd be wild.
Wow.
No way!
What?
No way!
Yeah.
He folds.
Wow, what a
Must
fold.
be a
Okay.
soul read or
The thing
something.
is,
What in the world?
we're already
Yeah, I mean,
delayed, and he mentioned
impressive that he was able to find that fold after
And
calling
he
pre-flop.
shows he gets shown that he made the right choice. He didn't have to wait half an hour to find out.
I guess he was worried about exactly ace-king there, and aces, obviously. Aces, kings, ace-king. Wow.
So my
Impressive.
question for you is, if you're not calling off on that board, what are you calling on? What are you putting more chips on?
Ace 4-4.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's
Ace, ace 4, ace 4-4, ace 6. I don't know. That's a great
that's the
point.
problem. Like, are we trying to flop a straight?
I've used ability.
Incredible that he folded that. I did not think he was
Yeah,
going to.
I thought for sure he was out of there.
Yeah, for the
All the hands he's played tonight, he folds 2 pair.
So I was like, oh, you know what?
Wow.
I think I'm easily.
But again, like you said, like if you're gonna fold there, the time to fold was a street earlier, probably.
Yeah, you put it back.
Yeah, especially out of position. Having an ace with no... I mean, having an ace in your hand against a 3-bet is quite poor. It's just so often you're up against aces.
It's weird. though.
Especially at this stage of tournament where we haven't really seen too many 3-bets, where a lot of 3-bets are, strong Broadway holdings and aces.
Like a lot of the time, it seems to be aces on this table.
Yeah,
Except
we've seen
okay, well, Sonny's
CC
actually
maybe a
just
few
limping
times.
here.
Yeah.
Sonny limping with kings.
Yeah. I wonder if it's weird
Steve calling with 2 suits, one of which is ace high. BKH gonna get a free look here. Ace king 7, 2 hearts that nobody has a heart draw. Top pair for Steve-O.
Check, check. 100,000. Not this
Steve-O probably
year.
just
I
gets
did
the
last
pot
year.
here.
No, we had just opened up the other location, so we need all hands on deck.
No, please,
From here? That was still?
I bet it'll get the job done.
BKH here, still the short stack. We thought about to go out there against Clay, but find some extra life, and we'll try to survive another round here.
Yeah, he doesn't work for us. I've heard stories. I've never seen him in action.
Almost 2 hours into our stream now. Y'all are listening to the voices of William, Lottie in Austin and Derek from Dallas, Texas. We're streaming live from our TCH Dallas location, the final, I believe, 7 players now of our
That's right.
100K
7 players
guaranteed.
remain.
Top prize of $32,500. These players have been playing all day since 1 p.m. Playing down to a winner tonight. And Roger's been kind of a card dead for most of this final table, so this hand looks pretty good from his point of view, which
But I never
certainly good enough for raise, I think.
Yeah, definitely worthy of an open, especially if you've been less active. Probably going to get a little bit more credit.
Every time I saw him, he wasn't doing anything.
Steve-O getting in there with 10-9-8-8. What
Raise
spade?
300,000.
And BKH going to pop it with ace queen 10-3.
Wow.
With a bad suit. Just raw aggression here, which actually has a chance of working.
Facing it.
This might be a know your customer situation.
Yeah, and facing an under the gun open too against Roger, who hasn't opened many hands. It's interesting that he decided to 3-bet this hand against this particular player in this configuration, but it's going to work out. And if you are going to 3-bet bluff, you do want to have an ace in your hand to block some of those aces.
Steve-O going to try and flop something here. BKH is going to be on the hook for the rest of this, probably. BKH does flop top pair. Steve-O, just a pair of 8s and
yeah, nothing else. Yep, I mean...
And he's facing a tiny, tiny bet, which is just a weird spot. He's going to fold, and
yeah,
it just feels really weird.
No, I mean, you don't have anything, so you just fold. But yeah, top kicker on a rainbow board, definitely good enough to get it in there.
Yeah.
With less than a half pot bet there.
See somebody joining us from the middle of Oregon. In the chat, let us know where you're watching from, wherever that is in the world. We get viewers from all over.
Hey, my co-commentator from the Saturday streams and other final tables, Mitch Lloyd in the chat, says, hey, Derek, just tuning in. Thought they'd be down to 3 or 4 by now. Emily says hi. Well, hello, Emily. Hello, Mitch. Thank you for tuning in. Now, they've been playing pretty snug, actually. I'm sure we'll pick up as the blinds go a little bit higher.
Well, the thing is, like, if anybody complains, like, you can't come back. So, and he does.
I think like 30-60 might end up being the witching hour for some of these players.
Yeah, definitely agree.
You see a couple of limps here. And Roger getting a free look. 3 ways we go. Jack 8 deuce, that's going to be a club draw for Quay. And a deuce for Quay. Though he's actually playing a pair of 3s right now. Rogers jacked the best made hands, and he pots it to 200, 200K. Play with a nut flush draw. Gonna go the aggressive route. He's gonna put Roger to the test for what would effectively be his remaining chips when there is a shorter stack. You might be thinking here, like, I'd hate to go broke before BKH.
Yeah, definitely leveraging a stack there, and that's a great play by Clay. Good heads-up awareness by stack depth and you know what his holding was.
Yeah.
He was, you know, he's pretty much saying, "I'm happy to get in half my stack here to, or you have to call up your whole stack," you know.
Yeah.
There's no break, right?
Again, down to our final 7 players. Top prize of $32,500 for a $500 buy-in. These players have been playing since 1 p.m. today for the day 2 restart.
There's no chips to go to. This is after 2 hours, they're gonna give us 5 minutes. I mean, I took my break, guys. If you guys don't want a break, if you want another break, I can tell you how to get one.
Hey, what time is it?
Blind will be up next hand, it looks like, if the clock is to be believed.
She called for tequila shots earlier for you too. See later.
That's our first one. This time, so please get those sold to a single player at your table before you leave for your break.
Yeah, there's no break.
Sounds like some other tournament is about to do a color up. So much action going on at TCH Dallas and Las Colinas all this week. Last week, this week, next week with the PokerAtlas Tour.
Get the chip counts in and then set it back, please.
Nothing much for either player as we go check, check. Now Clay turns the nuts, hitting his gutter. Unlikely to get a penny out of this, though.
225,000.
About 2/3 from Clay, who just wins because his opponent's got nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
Looks like blinds are going to go up now, and up to 30, 60, 60. And like William said earlier, just a few seconds ago, it's probably going to be go time for some of these players with the shorter stacks. Might see some quick knockouts momentarily.
Bullying people.
Ace 10-10, what do you want me to do?
Go all over the previous hand. Could wrap a flush.
No, I turned the nuts right.
No, no.
It's hard going against a big stack, man.
Round 8 jack 3 clubs.
So what?
I'm
It's
not
hard going
sure.
against a big stack when you're low stack.
Wrap on the club.
Yeah, no clubs too.
It's 9-10
Shove
round.
it all in.
For those of y'all that have been watching for the past 2 hours, thank y'all for tuning in. If you've been enjoying our content, please do hit the like button. And if you've yet to join our channel, subscribe to us, consider subscribing, and hitting that bell notification so you get notified every time we go live on our YouTube channel.
Break and end registration. You will be able to go to PokerAtlasTour.com and check on your chip count, or your friend's chip counts, or your arch enemy's chip count.
Roger going to open his button here.
60,000.
Open limp his button.
The same hand for
Aces
Sunny
for
here.
Sunny.
You thought?
Ace, ace, 3 deuce. Isn't this familiar?
Yeah, very, very familiar.
270.
Naked though.
This will probably have a slightly quicker ending here as Roger does fold.
Yeah. Well, Tika here is shuffling for the next hand here. I do want to go over our big tournament this weekend, which will be final table streaming this Sunday. The 500K guaranteed mystery payday, also known as a mystery bounty tournament. We actually had day 1A flights starting today and tonight, day 1A and day 1B, all of them at Dallas, Texas, TCH Dallas. We have another 2 flights on Friday and Saturday, and actually a turbo flight on Sunday, the same day as the day 2. So you can actually play your day 1 and day 2 all in the same day on Sunday morning. $600 buy-in gets you a 30K starting stack. And I believe I heard the highest mystery bounty available will be $50,000.
That's what I saw as well. And I'm looking forward to maybe getting my hands on that $50,000. We'll find out. I mean, I'm going to be optimistic and say that horse goes great and triple draw goes great. And I can only play that Sunday turbo flight.
I don't know why I question. The only thing you say to me is spots, so I should already.
You see me in that payday Friday evening, Saturday evening, you know something's gone wrong. But then maybe that goes good and something goes really right. As we see CC opening the ace, queen, queen.
Yeah, I'm loving the aggression here from CC. The only thing I'd say was, you know, if you're deciding the pot with a hand like this, and say if someone repots you, you're kind of putting yourself in a tough spot where you kind of get the same information. You just do the standard, what, 2x, 3x.
Evo defends and he flops himself a mega wrap, but it's an all club board. Stevo with a lot of ways to make a straight here. The deuce isn't one of them, though. CC does pick up a gutter. Queens are ahead and have to fold because Stevo bet, and that's a terrible board for her hand. Yeah, Poker Monkey pointing out, like, there's rounds of each on Monday. There's also a bomb pot tournament on Monday. I wish I could be around for the bomb pot tournament on Monday. I'll probably be on the air on Monday. And we'll probably be doing an Austin show on Monday if I had to guess.
Star 67 on your phone.
So they'll bring it, bring chip?
Yeah, star 67 on your phone.
I would love to do that right now. Seriously,
We'll continue on here.
First time. I don't mind doing it again. Seriously. I wasn't
Still seven-handed.
No, I really enjoyed the break. Because I had it stacked at that time like 1.3. Only when you're upset you're going to tilt.
I feel like BKH might have been slowing down a little bit in his last few hands. Queen not going to slow down. He's going to take that suited ace and he's going to put the pressure on. I think Roger stepped away for just a moment. Sunny ace king, the wrong kind of suit. But he does have the button. And of the players here, he's probably the one Clay least wants to tangle with as far as chip dynamics.
You'd already missed it, so I was telling you
Missed your
something.
big one.
I was like, it's no point in you running.
Never really done on my board.
Cost 140,
Sunny does make the call here.
all in. I heard your mama.
CC with queen, she's going to make her stance here. Queen, queen, 8, 6, 8 high hearts. But they are alive.
420, 420.
We'll see if Clay decides to go for the knockout blow. This suited ace is probably not quite strong enough. Ace, queen, 9, deuce. And CC's bet is actually a little bit heavy. It's going to be 650, but it's like the message is clear. The rest of it's going to find the middle. And this is a somewhat less trivial amount of chips. Clay does fold. Will Sunny fold? And he should fold. We've seen him in this spot not that long ago, where he called once. This is now a bigger raise. This feels like a fold.
I'm going to depend on my danglers. I think my danglers are going to be I call.
Talking about tanglers.
I call.
He calls! Sunny gonna call here. CC looking to hold with the queens once again. See if she can find the hold here. CC the player at risk. Well, they're not quite all in yet. Ace, king, king. Sunny. Oh dear, CC moves all in, gets snapped off by Sunny, who has flopped himself kings full of aces. CC drawing completely dead. This is going to be CC out in 7th place here.
Somebody save me. Somebody
No
tell me you
queens.
have a queen.
I had one.
CC
Good game.
could make backdoor quads. I think somebody's saying I folded a queen.
Now you can check it from right here.
And that's not a queen, so it's academic, and that's not a queen either. And
He's not focused.
Yeah, this comes.
Nice in there for Sonny.
he gets there, and CC will exit the tournament in 7th place. Heck of a run,
Yeah,
CC. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Cece, for making a deep run here. Taking home 7th place money, $5,030. Each player now guaranteed $6,080. Of course, still everyone going for that top prize of $32,570.
This is where, like, if I'm in this tournament, now I can say I got deep and I had a real score. Like, the threshold for me is tax form, for better or worse. 5,000 more than more than 5,000 more than you're buying, you get a tax form, and this is that.
We have to pay taxes now.
I just heard somebody grumble about the tax form. Here's my trick, though. Here's my trick. I lose a bunch of other tournaments.
Yeah, the aces?
No,
It all
I-
balances out.
If he wasn't in the hands, I had ace queen.
How's that for big brain strategy?
I won't say the fourth one.
Big hand here for Clay, suited ace 9-5 with one suit. Roger with a fun hand.
Only make it 180.
This would be the time where he really hopes somebody decides to not believe him.
Yeah, but
10-9-7 is a defensible hand.
It's still 180.
Fortunately, he's quite short.
I did.
That's why.
I had
Yeah.
ace queen.
That's the reason I was thinking.
so I don't mind the fold there.
I lost in my head too. I was like, 180.
Get away with one.
And quite not going to get any action this time.
Move the button for me, sir. Steve.
See people checking in. We got a few players watching around Texas, like
36.
East Texas, Dallas area as well.
I'm telling you
I'm
guys.
down here in the Austin area tonight. On the road, first thing in the morning though, heading for this amazing PokerAtlas Tour. Couldn't stay away any longer. 50 hands in, we see BKH has played a little more than 50% of the hands. Quite active, as is Steve-O.
Got a great question here from Invest. You're all having more PLO tourneys in the future. Hate that I missed the Atlas Tour. Oh, that's unfortunate. But I'm sure if this, I'm sure based on the success of this tournament series so far, I'm sure we'll have another kind of tournament series with various events or PokerAtlas Tour in the future. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had another one.
I'd be astonished if there wasn't a PLO tournament of consequence again in the future.
In the next year, yeah.
140.
Definitely
I wouldn't
agree.
be surprised if like I don't have any information. I'm just shooting from the hip here. I wouldn't be surprised if Houston does something one of these days either. They love their PLO down in Houston.
150.
Trips for BKH, and Clay can't do anything about it. During the Houston PokerAtlas stop earlier this year, I got to play some cash in between tournaments, and like there's a lot of hold'em games in Houston where one hand every orbit they'll play hands of PLO, just like straight up PLO, not a bomb pot or anything. So yeah, keep an eye out between Dallas and Houston, and I'm sure there'll be another big PLO tournament soon. PLO's only getting bigger in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. Kind of a big reason why I kind of primarily played PLO Cash nowadays.
It should be the other way. It should be like, this is a good omen for me to quit
That's what I was
smoking so I
thinking.
can finally sit and play poker.
Players in this repayment line 80 is at a minute and a half left on
On to hand number 52 here, BK with the 10-7-3-3 double suited. Definitely going to fold that. Double suited here, but
Yeah, I've seen people do that.
Not
not much
connected enough.
connectivity here. Yeah. Be
But
fine
he's
just
the
to
big
fold.
stack now, and maybe he's going to decide to play bully.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have more playability here as a
He's
deeper
going to
stack.
bully with the limp and Steve-O with aces.
Maybe 180, 240, 240, 270.
270 from Steve-O, BKH.
270.
He's reaching for some chips. He's going to call.
Cost 270.
Roger's going to look at his cards just enough to realize they suck, I think.
Yeah, he's been pretty card dead this whole stream. You can see the frustration start to go on his face there, and I don't blame him.
Unfortunate when you get this far and they stop giving you hands. And now what's Sonny to do here? He gets raised, and then there's a cold call. BKH is kind of a loose cannon, but it was a raise and a cold call. You're going to play the rest of his hands out of position if you continue. It's where maybe limping wasn't the way to go to begin with. He does now have to make the folds.
Players and dealers in this street payday play B. Coming back to 1,000, 1,500 with 1,500.
Heads up we go, Steve-O and BKH.
1,500, 1,500. Shuffle up and deal.
King 8 deuce, nobody with a spade draw here.
300,000 is the bet.
300 from Steve-O. BKH gonna call with his pair of eights.
Wow.
He turns a heart draw. Steve-O effectively gonna put BKH all in here. BKH holding a heart draw and a pair of eights. And I think there's a straight draw somewhere in there. Maybe, no, I don't think.
Well, if I
No, he doesn't.
Steve-O
It
has
looks
the straight
like he
draw.
should. Yeah,
Steve-O has the straight draw.
Steve-O has a straight draw. It looks like BKH should have a straight draw, but he doesn't. He calls off. He calls his stack off. He's looking for some help. He's looking for a heart, or he's looking for some kind of two pair or trips.
Wow, I'm really surprised he's...
He does have a lot of outs though. Like from a standpoint of chip EV, he's actually getting not terrible odds here for his equity. ICM's a different matter though. BKH, the player at risk, he's looking for a heart or something that otherwise helps him.
It's going to be a huge chip lead for Steve-O.
Or heart. But instead, it's another six. Aces and sixes for Steve-O. Going to finish the night for BKH.
Wow, big hand there for Steve-O. Up to, a pretty big stack now. Essentially doubling up through PKH.
And to confirm the chip counts, if BKH was covered, then that will put him out in sixth place. And looks like that is the case here. $6,080 heading BKH's way. Everyone else locking up 7160, still playing for 32.5 up top. Next pay jump is like twice as much though. Next pay jump is like $2,100, $2,110.
Yeah, they start to get pretty significant now.
Yeah, that's like 4 buy-ins. And then you look, the next one's 10 buy-ins. So settle in. I think that things might slow down a little bit.
Definitely agree. Yeah, I mean, now all the stack depths all have decent amount of playability. Maybe except for Roger. He's kind of just looking for a good spot.
Yeah, I think all eyes are on Roger at this point as far as whether he doubles or busts.
I'm going to get some help from him. There were a couple spots I guess.
But congratulations, of course, to BKH for making a deep run tonight. And good luck to the rest of our players here, battling it out for that top prize. Down to our final 5 players of our 100K guaranteed tournament.
Steve-O opening with ace king and suit. Poor Roger, he gets this hand. Less than 10 big blinds. And BK actually on the short side as well. Just a dozen bigs. Queen 10, 9, 6 double suited. So where you wish you had a few more chips, or if that raise was a bit smaller. This is a hand that you'd love to take a flop with and see what happens. And he's going to take a flop and see what happens here. He's got just over pot behind as we go heads up to the flop.
So what they're saying is
His diamonds are covered.
first place has to
7-3-3.
get $45 more.
Nobody with any of those cards.
Deal with a winner has more than.
Ace King still good for Steve-O, who is going to concede that here. He's going to continuation
No,
bet.
they'll make you sign for whatever you want.
That's all.
BK's got to fold, and
Yeah, because the WSOP is the only place I know about.
Steve-O picks up some chips.
No, they just,
Certainly too, yeah.
We see 3 players on 50-ish bigs, and we see 2 players on 10 or below.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
I think that was the other thing running through BK's mind, deciding whether to take a flop.
yeah.
He would very much love to cover Roger and potentially outlast him and pick up another $2,000.
They're saying who, no, that's not true. They're just saying first place has to give $5 more. Like, has to give.
I think they're just discussing right now what the rules are if they decided to make a deal. Like some rooms have rules about who collects what money, who's got to sign for what money,
Whoever wins.
what first place has to be, if you have to play for anything. I don't know what the rules are here.
I want at least
You sign for what you get paid out.
You sign for what you get paid out, okay.
Yeah, there's no like, oh, you were first place, so you have to be, you have to sign for the top prize money, even though if you're paid less. No.
And there's some tours where it's like you can chop some of the money, but you can't chop
Right.
some of the money, and you have to play for it because we're trying to put on a show here and don't stink up our show. I seem to
Yeah,
recall
the only live stream thing I think we're gonna be limiting the players on, because we ran into the situation our last Mr. Bounty tournament when we finally got down to the final table.
Yeah.
The players just chopped all the bounty prize money on the final table,
It's okay.
and then we were like, oh, that's not good
that
for
stinks
you know.
up the show, exactly.
Exactly. So we did make a rule for this this series, particularly for the mystery bounty tournament, because they're gonna actually save one 10K mystery bounty for the final table. So there's
Ooh, I
one
love that.
guaranteed. Yeah, there's one guaranteed 10K mystery bounty for the final table, and then whatever's still left, we're requiring the players to play it out for the, or they're not allowed to chop up the bounty prize money. They're allowed to chop up the actual prize money. If that makes sense. So like
Yeah,
if
that makes sense. And
so there's more incentive for them to play. Of course, they can still decide on the chop, and if they go do that route, they would just have to just draw their own bounty, if that makes sense.
So you can't walk your, like, if the 50K somehow makes it to final table, we can't just all sit there and say, I take 5, you take 5, you take 5. Yeah.
Exactly. So someone would still have to draw, but if that's the case, I think the players would rather just play it out and then try to collect all 5, right? Or collect all 8 bounties.
I did a couple years ago see a pretty big mystery bounty tournament somewhere else in Texas where the big bounty actually lasted all the way until final table.
Oh, man.
That's wild. And,
So we
that's
actually-
a lot more fun though. That's a
No,
lot
so
more
I think-
fun.
I think that was
Then
part of the
when-
reason why they wanted the chop the last time we had the mystery bounty, is I think we had a 20K get to the final table.
It's a lot more fun than like the ones where the big one gets pulled early and all the air goes out of the room.
Right. Which
I've
actually
been in
happened
a
as
few of
well.
those.
Yeah. I've seen that happen as well. Yep.
I played one at Wynn earlier this year where the guy next to me, like 5 minutes in, he scores a double knockout and he pulls a 50K. It's like, well, so much for that plan. As we see BK.
Wow, dominated
Raising his
suits
button.
here. Very strong
I think
hand here for
Sonny
BK.
Sonny can get away from this on the small blinds, I think. BK is making a bet that's going to put himself at risk when he's short, but he's covering somebody else. And
Wow, it's
Steve-O,
going to invite Steve-O here.
he's getting a price, and he's got a reasonable hand.
Ace is definitely comforting, and this is a great flop for EK's hand. 2 pair, top 2 pair, with backdoor nut clubs. Definitely a hand he can get in here. And Sonny with the open ender.
BK has half pot, and he's going to put it in. Sonny has an open ender and a pair. It's like
Cost 360.
it's another one of those spots where you have to. And Steve-O has an easy fold. So BK trying to hold against Sonny's open ender.
Does have a pair of fives as well, so it could hit the
Plus
5,
pair, yes.
8, or 3.
Fine. Yeah. Clubs. Oh, you call it clubs? Yeah, clubs. Yeah.
Sonny unknowingly calling for clubs. 7 on turn just
7.
locks the deal up for BK. Nice hand for him. Now up to 1.4 million, and Roger's feeling the heat. He's like, ugh.
Yeah, this is the nightmare scenario for Roger.
He really wanted BK to get knocked out there, obviously.
He is all alone at the bottom now.
Nah, that's not how it works.
And I don't think really any big pots happen now until we get some resolution with Roger.
Ace King. My other 3 card was live, I thought. Yeah, I mean, you
And
Yeah, and
being
this is
five-handed,
definitely. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
being five-handed, he doesn't have a lot of wiggle room. Especially, it looks like he's going to be under the gun this time. Like he's got maybe about half a dozen chances left before he's got to go with like any 4 that don't look exactly like each other.
Yeah, no, this is pretty rough here for Roger, and you know, the only thing really going for him right now is that the other players kind of have to play pretty face up against the rest of the other players. They get too out of line.
I got like a $120 bottle of tequila in my bag.
And Roger's just running really poorly today in card distribution. Something you can't control and something you just have to deal with in tournament poker.
At this point, I'll make more than that.
And I have another limp spot here, I think. Play in there.
Which is understandable given how Roger is such a short stack right now. They do not want to bust at this stage. 2 pair here for Clay. Could be a spot where he just goes in and bets the flop to get this pot over with. But we'll just check. Check over to Sonny here. Deciding to c-bet this flop here with the 10 high.
And a gut shot.
I don't know if they can hear me.
But you don't really level the diamonds, and Clay does go the check call route. The 9, not helpful for Sonny.
Man, I really want. I'm glad.
See if he decides to go for another barrel here. He does not.
I can feel like that. You can't double me up if you're not going to call me.
I know you're going for it. I appreciate it.
I almost said, you know, I really want to.
River breaks out. I mean, Clay going to go for a little value here.
Both about the same. So one of us going to have to double.
No, it was
205 the price, and
a good hand.
I know you're pulling for me.
Sonny's missed everything.
I'll pull for you next time.
You're in a little bit better position.
Now we were both in bad
And Clay taking this one down, which I'm sure will delight Rena. Says that Clay is her nephew. And Clay having a good night here.
finally one hand. She has tequila and I can't do it.
You may not even like it.
It's tequila, right?
It's 1800 coconut,
Oh, it's flavored. I've tried that one.
but it's so smooth. Everybody's like, oh no, not coconut, and then when they try it, they're like, oh, this is so good. Stop pulling cards back. Have one job. And this is where you don't get tequila.
I told her sorry not to grab it in the kitchen. If you have to snap it, something like that. You'll be here all night.
Very strong hand here for Sonny. Imagine will come in for a raise.
Raise 150,000.
With all the limping he's done, I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't balanced that out with the nut hands where he would love somebody to put it in. Roger could be in trouble here with Ace King 3-3. I think this flop is bad enough that he gets off the hook without any further damage. Jack 6-4, which Sonny bets it, Roger snap folds it.
I had ace king. I had ace king.
I got 0 aces the whole final table.
Oh, I had ace king.
As a dealer.
I know I'm supposed to pile it in there, but man.
I'm a little surprised Roger didn't just go in pre.
You get, I don't know if you're allowed to say this, but you get extra.
Roger down to 4 big blinds now.
Like it
It's
was,
not with extra.
So he's in the small blind now. Like really, I'd say
I'm glad I didn't flop it.
he has 4. He has 4 hands left.
I said,
I get to say I'm famous.
I don't think I want to play pay the big blind Danny again if I'm him. Like
No,
without getting it.
absolutely, yeah. The moment he has to pick a hand here to get it in right now.
you raise. I know you got a hand.
Ideally, it'd be right now. Hopefully, he gets folded around and he just gets the jam on
There's my relief.
BK's big blind. That'd be the ideal situation.
I'm just
Sure
trying to
would.
set up the miraculous comeback. That's all. Good luck. Thank you.
And it's looking favorable so far. Unfortunately, Clay here on the button with a double suited hand will open it up, as he probably should with a lot of his double suited holdings. And Roger just cannot believe his luck. He's like,
Hating
what is
life right
happening? Not even suited in any direction.
You get 4 cards. How do you go cards head with 4 cards?
DK with a beautiful hand here. Jack, Jack, 10-9, double suited. Will defend.
And will flop pretty well here. He's got a wrap to go with his overpair. Quay with an open ender as well. BK
Yeah, same
getting-
open ender, so BK free rolling here, essentially. Clay does have backdoor spades and can hit a queen. That's really the only thing going for his hand right now.
So,
And Clay going to go the aggressive route. I think he may pick the wrong time to do it.
I have Jack, Jack, 9.
BK going to just say, let's go.
Yeah, 9 Jack. Jack.
Wow, what a hand, dude.
Yeah, it can only hit a queen or, was it a 6 to chop?
Like a queen or a 6 or some kind
Or
of,
a queen to win, a 6 to chop.
you know,
Oh, queen.
probably like a backdoor chop available as well.
Does have runner spades as well, but this is looking very, very good for BK. 75% on the flop is pretty dang good in PLO, so he has to be feeling pretty great about this spot. Just no spade on the turn, so there's no sweat for Mr. BK. Oh my!
Hey, look, you just
Oh my God.
3 of spades. Clay with a little bit more life here.
Yikes!
9 of diamonds is going to be the straight for BK and the
Wow.
double up.
That was a sweaty turn card. Oh my God! Of course the sweat comes on the turn, right?
And BK right back in it now. Roger lamenting that
That a spade didn't come. Yeah.
that's like a $2,000 break for him.
I got 1,235. 1.235.
What a hand.
That's money. I did ask for the right turn, though.
You did.
I did not.
That was a devastating turn. Yeah.
I was done.
My like I would have been so happy on the flop, and then like I would have been choked up on the turn. Like,
It's like you
what
gotta
a-
be kidding. You can't make
Yeah.
this easy.
Like just put the 9 on the turn. Like just
Yeah, just end
lock it up.
You gotta go and put the cards the wrong way. Just like bomb pots. Same problem with the bomb pots. You know, the rivers, they come out the wrong way. Like you want the top river on the bottom and vice versa.
Right. No,
That would
actually,
be the-
that happened to me actually the other day. I was playing PLO. And we were in a bomb pot, and I was like, oh my God, I could have scooped if I went if it went
Yeah, it feels
reverse.
like the gin card comes 1 too early or too late, and it's coming right on time for Steve-O, who's got ace, king, king, jack with the
Very
serious
strong hand.
mega hands here.
Kind of pot it pre-flop here.
200.
And Roger going to make a stand at an unfortunate time.
Oh, I guess I'm.
He does have a suited ace. Got some Broadway, he's got some wheel.
I really thought I was going to run a spade.
Yeah, it's looking pretty poor here for Roger.
Sonny might come along here, and this is a dead raise from Roger. So we'll have a three-way pot. There is going to be a dry side pot between Steve-O and Sonny. 760 in the middle. That's 795 rather. That's what Roger can win here. Gonna need a lot of help. 4-3 deuce 2 diamonds is not going to be help. It's going to be quite the opposite. Sonny is going to flop himself a wheel. Roger needs a 5 to make it better straight. Now picks up a club draw on the turn as well, which pairs the 4. Sonny betting 200 into the side pot. Steve-O gonna call.
And there's the club.
Mix of clubs. Roger.
Let's go, Roger.
Triple up.
Let's go, Roger. I'm sorry. I just had to cheer for Roger. He's been just so card
Hey, he's
dead.
an Austin guy. He's an Austin guy. I'm all about it. And
He's
Sonny
just been
gonna
so
take
card dead. Finally.
Sonny's going to take the side pot. Roger going to take the main.
He has life. Up to 800K. Let's go, Roger. All right. Back in it. Back in it here. He's so happy right now. He's like, I won my first pot.
Finally, something breaks the right way for him.
That part of my master plan was.
That's his master plan.
Yeah,
I
I
like
was
this
actually-
plan. Make the nuts and triple up. I like that plan. See if he can do that again.
Yeah, I like Steve-O's something I do want to comment on. I like Steve-O's plan to open with that hand, obviously, but I think he should have maybe taken a look at Roger's stack and maybe try to raise an amount where if Roger did decide to go all in. What's up?
I probably min raise for that same reason, to just shut out the dead raise.
Exactly, yeah. So in case Roger does find a hand, he can just chip it in there. You can re-raise the isolate in case another player doesn't realize that it does reopen the action or whatnot.
Yeah,
definitely something you want to keep an eye on. Yeah, that's really the only issue I thought, but
And you also sidestep any chance of a side pot escalating with him.
exactly.
Ace 3 deuce gives Steve-O a deuce. Sonny's jack's still good.
75,000.
Probably not feeling that good on this ace high board. He will peel though. Queen of hearts. It's actually ace 3-3, so Steve. Okay, so Steve-O's got a queen actually. And queen gonna be good here if we get to showdown.
It's good to hear when someone says they have the queen, because then you're like, oh, I have the nut queen. Thank you, thank you. Nice hand there for Steve-O. Man, and these players are like, they cannot believe that Roger just won that pot with backdoor clubs. Still kind of handcuffed. All 4 players about the same chip stack. Roger with 13 big blinds, looking to find a double up.
Yeah, everyone else is going to remain in ICM jail until Roger doubles or exits, I think.
Six to chop for the straight,
And we haven't really had any discussions of chopping yet, so we might see this play all the way through to the winner. I mean, how often you get to make the final table to play for $32,000? Not that often.
I think at the very least they wait out Roger.
For sure, for sure.
And like depending on how this goes, like if they end up all even, like I could see a deal happening then.
Right, that would make sense. Given the player, how strong these players have been playing, and these players have been playing since 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's what's going to carry me all the way.
Like I don't think there's a soft spot left in this table.
Well, at least 11, because I think that's one.
Yeah, all of them making very good folds pre-flop, very aware of holdings that are good in position, out of position. You'll see another limp pot here, which will probably continue for a while until Roger or another player gets knocked out.
King's up for Steve-O, top 2.
Still made
Better
more
ball for
than
play.
I would today.
Good flop for Stevo. Definitely going to want to bet this flop, as you're going to see a lot of bad turn cards.
Yeah, a lot of turns that'll straighten this board out and put you in an uncomfortable spot. And he bets and he takes.
It's the only chance we ever beaten him.
I need to listen up on this.
This might be the last hands of 30, 60, 60. Might see in the chat, Streamlabs posting links. You're interested in playing on one of our cash game streams in Austin, Dallas, or Houston, there's forms to sign up and express interest for that. Streaming out of those locations. Cash games at least 4 days a week.
Raise one.
Jack, Jack, 10-10. Definitely
I
one
don't
of
think
the
we've seen
better.
a two pair yet tonight.
Yeah, I was about to say, definitely one of the better two-pair holdings, too, you could have. And suited in one of them as well. Pretty rare holdings to have, so not unheard of to only see it for the first time in 62 hands. So those are always really fun holdings. You can make sets twice.
This is
So when I'm trying to get a break,
As far as I've been informed, at a live stream table, there are no actual scheduled breaks. So if you'd like to use the restroom, you can run to the restroom and try to make it back as fast as you can.
you just announced it.
The point that we need to color up the 5K, so we'll see you guys with
I did it. I'm the
What if,
Hey, never hurts to ask.
what if I like to
Or telling the players that
what happens?
no scheduled breaks during the live stream final table, and except maybe when they color up the 5Ks, which
when we were down in Houston, same rules.
maybe it's the next level. I don't know. 40, 80, 80
Yeah, I think I'm gonna break it into something. Let me check the structure.
current blinds. So next I assume would be 50, 100, and then I haven't looked at the structure. I don't know what comes after that. If it's like a 100, 150, or
Probably in increments of 25,000, so they're probably going to color up the 5Ks.
yeah. So another 40 minutes, they make it what they want in the form of a color up.
Let's see, 501, 75, 125, 75, 150, 100, 200, 125,
Yeah.
250. Yep.
Yeah, this will be the last level with the 5Ks then.
200,000 is the bet. 200,000.
Very good structure for a PLO tournament.
Oh, absolutely. This is an amazing structure. And you've gone places when your smallest chip in play is a starting stack. I don't know if it was 25 starting. It's somewhere in that neighborhood.
I don't think so.
Well, the smallest chip right now is 5K, but
Yeah.
I think it was 30K for
Yeah.
starting stack.
Yeah. I mean, like once we get rid of the 5Ks, like
Oh,
we're
I
basically
see,
in that
I see.
neighborhood. He's 7-7, and nobody really in the neighborhood here. Evo's aggression gonna do the job.
I played at the original Texas Firehouse way back in the day.
Roger recalling the old South Room.
Yeah, I've even played there before, William. So actually, when I was going to school in UT Austin, I was just kind of getting into
Nice.
poker around that time, and I was like, oh, are there any rooms I could? Because I was only ever going back home when I'd come back for winter break or summer break and going up to Windstar and playing. But I was like, I still wanted to play.
Yeah.
My days off from school,
A lot of them.
and I found that room, and I was, it was not gonna lie, it was a really sketcy room, but
It was a tiny little place. Like it was like basically like
a
shack.
warehouse, yeah, a little shack,
And,
with a gravel parking lot.
Yeah, and like I think somebody else still runs a club there now. TCH is long gone from there. They're in the northern part of Austin now. But yeah, like when I came down here about 6 years ago, 6.5 years ago, it was early in my poker days, and I was playing there too. So Friday Bounty tournament they used to have down there, that was a lot of fun. So yeah, Roger and Austin regular of a number of years, and very solid player. I played with him a number of times. Nice holding here for Sonny. Queens with an ace. It'd be better to have a suit, but we can't always get what we want. He is going to call here from the big blind.
5-minute break after this.
And Clay going to go heads up. Oh, wow. Set for Sonny. Monotone flop. Nobody with a flush. Both players with top pair. Check, check. 10 of hearts. I guess we checked again. And there's 5 hearts. Nobody has a flush, though. You can only play 3 of those cards on the board. Clay has a straight.
Yeah, Clay has the best hand.
So Clay actually got there on Sonny. But I mean, neither of these players are going to be all that impressed
We do, because
with this run out.
we took the dealer, we did the wages, we just come in, talk to us.
Sonny bets 100,000. Well, yeah, Sonny bet 100,000. Clay snapped him off.
I love the little like head nod when someone like says what they had, and he's just
Like,
like,
I flopped a set.
and then
Yeah.
Clay was just like, yep, yeah.
That's his throwing hand in this game.
Nice hand there for Clay. Pretty easy decision on his part to make the call there.
Yeah, getting a price, and it goes check, 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 check. It's like, okay. You got it, you got it.
That head nod from Clay is a man that's seen it all, you know? Like, he's just like, yeah. That's PLO.
2,000 big blind in. 1,000, 2,000, 2,000, next hand.
Roger here still looking to double up here. Down to 8 big blinds.
Hey, one double at a time. Like, if he doubles like through Sonny, they're on equal footing. And then this thing just gets blown wide open. Clay with aces into suit.
Raise 175,000.
Roger with way too many diamonds.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, if it was maybe double suited, I could definitely certainly see him get it in
Double
with that holding.
suited, like, we probably just go with that.
For sure. Sonny with a double suited hand of his own here, but a little too many gaps between the top and bottom. And you have to worry about, getting coolered against another hand with stronger suits.
And Clay
And
covers
Roger's still in
you,
play,
and
yeah.
it would really stink if you went out before Roger at this point.
I mean, as much as it sucks, I might just fold this and just move on to the next hand.
Yeah, it's like, this is where you just say, screw ICM.
But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either way. But I think if I'm in the spot, I'm just gonna go ahead and fold. You don't really. He looks like he will make the call, which is totally fine as well. Which might invite Steve-O as well. He's been playing almost 100% of his big blinds. It seems like.
If I'm Steve-O, like, I have to resist temptation there. Like, nothing good can come from that hand unless I flop quads. He's going to flop an open ender.
Really good flop here for Clay's holding. Rainbow flop.
Yeah, this is a pretty innocuous board for him.
300,000.
Steve-O going to lead into him.
Wow, for half pot too. Nothing small. Clay, backdoor diamonds and an overpair. Definitely going to make the call. No reason to raise. No reason to fold.
This should do
Sonny
it for Sonny.
lamenting his call pre-flop, I think.
Yeah. To the turn, heads up.
Wow.
How about an ace? How about top set for Clay?
The nuts for Clay.
Steve-O, less enthusiastic, makes the check.
I'm going for a pretty chunky bet here, I think. And your opponent showed so much interest on the flop with the lead into 2 other opponents. So I'm going to go pretty big here, 700 to 800,000.
625,000.
625 the bet. Which means the next bet would be for all the marbles. Steve-O makes the fold.
Simon Dealers for the satellite event. Roger up next? 300, 600, 600.
Calling a repot? Top three?
Ace, ace, 9, 5.
So you calling a repot? Absolutely. Have the nuts.
I bet just hoping you had queens there.
With no suits on the board too. That's his dream for top set.
Hoping you had queens, good fold.
Pretty long stream tonight. You know, I was actually just talking to Tyler and Cooper. I think, yeah, our $1 million final table was shorter than this.
I assume there was a deal there.
No, they played it out.
That must have really been something. I did not get the chance to see that.
It was action packed. The heads up play only lasted like 5 hands, like 5 or 10 hands.
And sometimes it goes quick. Sometimes it takes 2 hours.
Yeah,
Like,
one of our. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like last year, I played like a 2-hour heads-up match in a 250 ring event.
Oh my
somehow.
gosh. Did you end up taking it down?
No. Sadly, I did not. I was 2 cards away at one point, and it just didn't work out, and that's poker. One of these days, I'll get one.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Maybe this weekend I get some hardware.
Yeah, there you go. There's a trophy for each event. Yeah, I think the longest heads up we've ever had was from our $1 million tournament 2 years ago now, in September of 21.
Yeah, that one went on a while.
I think it was like a 6-hour heads up match.
King 10-6 is top pair for a couple of our players.
Top pair, better kicker for Sonny, but Clay with top pair with the redraw.
200,000.
Steve-O out of there. He had the easy choice.
Pretty standard call here from Clay. Backdoor clubs as well to go along with his holding. And wow, he finds the backdoor clubs. Double flush draw. So rare
Backdoor
to have
is
all
open.
these outs. Yeah.
Check.
Wow, it's complete brick.
Too many outs. Check. Nobody really wanting to have too many fireworks when you have a player there sitting on fumes.
And you can hear from Clay's frustration there. He was just like, wow, double flush draw on a brick.
Yeah. See if Roger's going to have a big blind special. He could sure use one right now.
Wait, what is 8, 24, 24 plus 40, 280.
That's right, pot is 280.
That was getting good.
3.5 times 80.
I've built this game for like 10 years.
That big blind Danny does not count towards the pot until after the flop's been dealt.
Correct.
Yeah, he always had 275, you're right.
$275 is a little bit short of pot, actually. And in any case, he takes it.
I had a queen with deuce 6-3. Good fold. Thank you.
Roger
Yeah,
tucking out.
it's almost doubly frustrating when your card doesn't PLO, right? You're like, so many cards. Like, how am I not even getting like aces or kings here?
Yeah. Like you can even get 2 cards that work together, let alone 4.
It's gonna be go time soon for Roger.
Yeah. And just like before, he's got 6 big blinds. Maybe he has a little bit more than 4 hands. 777. Good on a slot machine, not so much in PLO.
You call them just like post.
Though some people consider them the same thing, so.
Yeah, true.
Clay could definitely consider an open here. Gonna go for that close to min raise. Oh my gosh, Roger's just like, are you kidding me? That's
Can
a
we
decent
play
Badoogie
Badoogie
hand.
instead? Can we play Badoogie instead?
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, he's a decent Badoogie hand.
That's
He can
a really
just toss
good
the
three
six. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Heads up we go as BK defends. Ace, queen, 10. Both players. Swapping a pair, play with the nut club draw.
210,000.
210 probably is going to do the job, I would imagine.
That's a pretty sick flop there for Clay.
Middle pair and a gutter. Not a whole lot for BK to work with here. He does let it go. Shows a couple of relevant cards.
2, 3, 4, 6.
Hey, there's the link to play on TCH Live. Austin just popped in the chat. That's the show you'll usually find me on, the Monday 2-5. Often more. 2, 5, 10, 20, 40 sometimes. Lots of fun action there. Be sure and join us there. Be sure and join us Mondays through Thursdays, cash games across Austin, Dallas, and Houston. Weekly tournament final tables from Dallas on Saturday. A bunch more tournament content as we do this PokerAtlas series. Hit that subscribe button, get those notifications on. Find out every time we're on the air at TCH Live Poker on YouTube.
One card. You can give an absolute worst.
I haven't played it in, so I don't know if sure.
I remember Jack 9, 10.
He definitely showed that game.
Showed that one pretty fast.
Actually, you know what? I don't have his bag. I'm sorry. He was second bag. Raise.
Here we go. Roger, ace king. Good enough at this point.
280.
It's not a good ace king, but
And I really do need one side and a break.
it's the best he's going to get with this stack size.
Yeah, does have the suited 4 deuce working for him as well.
We'll start tuning it out, but had a sandwich on the way here and 2 bananas. I mean, I get it, you know.
He gets it through. Nice pickup for Roger there.
I'm ahead.
You're ahead.
Yeah, like the kind of action we get in Austin, like, don't sleep on that 2-5 game. Like, I mean, we got like maybe 80 hands in 4 hours on Monday, and it's not because anybody was tanking, it's because we spent a lot of time counting the all-ins.
Still had a bluff.
There were a lot of them. There was a lot of stacking that happened that night.
Even if you show your 4 cards and if you're showing 4
We get a lot of shows like that, so be sure and check that out if you haven't tuned in on that side of the show yet. Now, that's a good night, you know. You get the nonstop fireworks. Matt Franco chiming in. Let's go, Pops. I assume you're cheering for Roger.
No, if it was a different card, like for danglers, I would have called for sure.
I shouldn't be biased, but as an Austin reg, I would like to see Roger find some life here. Got to represent the capital.
Yeah, I mean, considering his holdings, I mean, props to him for staying patient and, you know, navigating the ICM.
Oh yeah, a lot of players would have melted
Yeah.
down by now.
Wow, Sonny actually with a hand that he could have considered, I guess, 3-betting with, or I don't know who. Did someone else open?
Yeah, that was min-raised pot.
Yeah, definitely a hand he could consider 3-betting with, but will just flop a flush though, locking up the pot for him.
I'm a little more stuff.
Lots of checking. That board pair is a little bit inconvenient, but
Does have an
shouldn't really
8
scare him.
himself, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
He should be pretty comfortable going for some value, trying to target another 8 or some straights. And BK does have one of those straights. And it looks like he's thinking about it. Though you don't beat any value here, so.
It's a flush and it's a paired board. Like, are we beating like a dry ace?
And yeah, I don't. Sonny's
just
MO
like
doesn't really seem to
randomly-
be bluffing river. I think this is just the fold from BK. You don't even have the nut straight.
I don't
You
think
don't
he's-
have an 8.
I just don't see Sonny just taking a tiny stab like that often.
Such a small size. You're not bluffing.
Sometimes you just got to find the fold, even though the price is right. Like I said earlier, you don't beat any hands or value. You lose the all flushes, all straights, all boats. 6 deuce wouldn't do this. Oh wow,
He
okay,
makes
maybe
the
that's paid
call.
off. Yeah, I mean, it kind of, yeah, two things kind of working against you there if you were in BK spot. Sonny's never bluffing for that sizing, and, it's only ever value for that sizing.
All right, anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Always.
That was a good.
You got a pair?
Thin value, but hands that are still going to be beating your hand.
No, straight is a call.
Sonny trying to convince him that a straight is a call there.
Well, I mean, clearly it was.
I hinted you on the quad. I didn't have an H, too.
I should have just raised the pot on you. That would have been the best move.
I like where BK's mind's at with that, saying like, he should just raise the pot. I mean, if he's going to do that, you should have some blockers to boats, or at least a club in your hand, something that can, block some value holdings that your opponent could have. Roger here is again doesn't really have anything here, but.
Yeah. Bad news is he has 8 big blinds. Worst news is he has those 4 cards, but he's gonna pot it, and he's just gonna pot and pray.
Certainly still has some fold equity here. I mean, none of the players really want to give up too many chips.
And he's got an image to where he's gonna get some credit.
Wow, and he gets it
He gets
through. He's
mad
like, wow.
respect here.
Yeah, he's like, all right, another for your orbit.
Yeah, the upside to being 5-handed is that you don't have that many players to get through.
We've started the shuffle complete. The hand blinds are up. 400, 800, 800.
Less places to hide, but also slightly easier time getting through with those opens. So Roger back to 10 big blinds.
I don't know. I've never seen one.
I mean, when you think about it, it's like, those stacks are still pretty good. Still a lot of 30 big ones.
PK going for the open here. He's got a suited ace. He's got a couple of Broadways.
175,000.
Sonny gonna think about it. This is a little white. He does fold. Clay is not white. He has aces, and he has a suit as well. He goes for the flat. Roger, hand that is going to have a hard time defending. He will make that fold, so avoid flopping himself second best hands And we go heads up to the flop. 7, 6, 5, 2 spades. So Quay has 7s and 6s to go with his aces. PK is pretty well with it.
Yeah, terrible flop for his hand, dude. I definitely want to check here. Try to pick up some equity on the turn and hopefully get another free check.
Check.
Oh,
Oh, that's the club. Bad news is the club's not going to be any good because Clay has filled up 7s full of 6s.
yeah, I want to see Clay go for really small sizing here to keep the flush draws in. So I like the really small bet here of 175. Also, you just have too much board coverage here. Really tough for your opponent to have a smaller boat with 6s full, having a 6 in your hand. It's always really dicey though, calling with nut flushes on paired boards. Oh no.
He does not call. He, I believe, has raised. That's a lot of chips. That's like $500,000, 525. No, I mean, if I'm Quay with top boat, I think this is just a mandatory call and give him a chance to bluff. What do you think?
I definitely agree. You're not really afraid of anything on the river.
I'll be slightly annoyed if a straight flush card comes out, which I actually blocked one of those with a 6 of clubs. But
right, I mean, the only
I
real
can't
river
worry
card.
about that. If he makes a straight flush on me, God bless him. That's Omaha.
Right, and yeah, you're not really afraid of anything here. So I'm just calling, and even like, a hand like Ace-7 isn't gonna do this. You're not really afraid of a hand like a card of an ace on the river. So I like the call.
He does call.
And you have 2 aces in your hand, so.
Deuce of hearts. See if BK wants to bluff. He has got a little bit under pot left.
Clay here sitting with the nuts. I mean, I think you just got to check in flow again and try to hope that BK either bets again with a value hand or bluffs.
He checks and see if BK goes for it. If BK does go for it, it's not going to end well for him. We know that. He gives up.
Yeah, actually, having the aces makes it even better for Clay there. I didn't even think about that until I remember that he had aces. Yeah, even an ace on the river doesn't counterfeit your boat. It makes you a bigger boat.
Yeah.
So definitely well played there by Clay, giving the best opportunity to win win BK's entire stack there.
So now BK down to 17 big blinds. Really can't afford to lose another pot before he starts to get into that danger zone. That said, I also understand the choice to bluff. I mean, if having ICM doesn't mean you should never bluff.
Yeah, my only issue with is what holding he decided to bluff with, or semi-bluff with, and that's why. I mean, in PLO, you really shouldn't be like semi-bluffing too much. You really should be either raising as, for value or raising with blockers to the nutted holdings.
Yeah, which he did not have there.
He didn't have either of that, yeah.
Oh, 80.
So, like, if he had, like, say a 7, that would make sense, right? He's trying to represent the nut boat.
Like gonna
Even
win.
having, like, 5, 6, yeah.
Roger, no, Roger.
Oh,
he does lamp it.
Loses a little bit of the discipline there, calling with a Badugi holding.
And it's not all that connected. BK gonna get a free look. Queen 10-9, at least Roger won't be putting any more money in here.
Me too.
BK with top and bottom.
Check.
Play with the tail ends of the straight draw. We check through. There's another 10.
Check.
So BK with 3 pair. Playing queens and 10s with a 9.
One hundo.
Play gonna fire here. Check through twice. He's probably thinking that not a lot of strong holdings. And BK calls with the hand and 4 on the end. I don't think Clay's loving the pair of 4s. Check, check. As Clay shuts it down, BK gonna get a bit of those chips back.
Remove the button for me. Gracias.
There's no way to go. You're not folding too big.
As we continue with the PLO Final Table, 100K guarantee. Meet that guarantee. Nice and easy, like 140K or so in the prize pool. Playing for $32,500 in first place here on TCH Live. From Texas Card House, Dallas this evening. William and Derek with you.
88.
Tika in the box. Tika's a beast. She's been dealing 3 hours straight in there.
Yeah, she is. And she actually already been working all day, too. We pulled her off the floor.
Yeah,
So she is putting in the hours for sure.
she's good at what she does.
Raise 175,000.
I first really met her last year. She was working WSOP last year. And that'll train you to do 3 hours at a time.
Absolutely.
Like those bigger tournaments, like those dealers just get stuck at one table forever. Roger with kings and 5s, and I think he's decided it's go time. Play with ace queen 4-3 with the suit. Does he want to call off the 420 or so? I think this hand's on the borderline. He does make the call.
Close.
Roger going to be at risk here as kings looking to hold against ace queen 4-3, trying to fade some clubs, trying to fade an ace.
Blocking the wheel, I think.
Can Roger hold? Here we go to the flop. 8-7-6, all hearts. That's a heart draw for Roger. He doesn't want to make a set of 5s now. And there's the hearts for Roger, and that'll do the job for him. Roger
You hit a straight
getting the double.
You should only take 5 now. You have 595.
Oh, 95, sorry. Okay.
Get that pot shipped his way.
You took the 5.
Roger's suddenly with a lot more maneuvering room.
Yeah, and then you get the 5 back. Yeah.
16 big blinds, very workable here. I think waiting him out is really not going to be on the table at this point. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to make a play at some point, I guess. I mean,
Bear, was that 3 hearts on the flop?
I opened under the gun.
If that was 3 hearts, then he had the flush.
Oh, you open under the gun, right?
It's been a long day for me.
I opened the pot.
Yeah. He might have just swapped the flush and I completely spaced.
No, you're definitely not.
Were they able to tell?
I was a small blind. I thought you raised like from.
No, I raised early.
I thought you raised from the cutoff like you've been raising. That's a,
8-7-6 all hearts. Yeah, so he had the flush.
Yeah, let's check. Well, they can tell you.
Okay,
I
Ian.
can't remember if I moved the gun or if you
I think I
I
moved the
know,
button.
you posted
I think I
something.
moved the button twice, and no one. Yeah.
I think we're clarifying where the button was. It's a long day for everybody. Yeah, he flopped it. Okay, my apologies. He did flop it.
Oh, you know what? When you have the button, you potted, I folded. I think I was a small blind last time. I think it's right, but let's wait.
No, it is. 'Cause
It all happened.
Three folds
Yeah,
here.
yeah, they're just trying to figure out where the button is. Yeah, we got about 150 people joining us here tonight. 3 hours into our stream for the final table here. It's been a pretty long stream. Still down to our final 5 players. Everyone just grinding out their stacks here to play for that top prize of $32,500 for a $500 buy-in, which is a pretty great payday.
it was like 6:40. It was like a minute. A minute?
What did he say?
they paused the clock first.
They got a little.
Oh, he hasn't looked.
Yeah, they have to do that.
Why can't they tell you on the screen?
You don't remember if you're a big one last time? You would think I would, but I do not.
All I remember, I
I
did
just
shut
couldn't
it.
remember
I
if
feel
you
like he
folded
is
or if
big
I
blind.
thought I was a button because I thought his.
I'll be right back, William. I got to use the restroom.
I posted
All
something.
right.
I know I was either big or small. I know I posted something. Yeah, I'm not sure.
6 people here and I can't figure it out.
So while we've got a minute,
That's crazy. Like none of us.
any
know.
questions anybody's got in the chat?
Remember the handle?
Like,
Other than how to read a board, which I'm clearly not qualified to do this evening.
It's his button, right? That's what I thought.
Amazing to see how Texas poker's grown over the years.
That's what I thought.
Went from that small room in South Austin to 6 locations for Texas Card House and
I was
these big series happening now.
I was like, I know I've been here all day.
Millions in guarantees.
I posted. Thank you for checking.
Of course.
All right, we got the button right. The button is seat 9, BK.
I'll see why you couldn't remember. I would remember it.
Raise 175.
BK opens it up on that button. 10-9-9-8 with hearts.
In his defense, he didn't remember if he.
2 suits for Sonny. Thanks the call.
I got you. I know.
As does Steve-O. Ace-8 deuce rainbow. BK with the best hands with pair of 9s that's playing. He does pick up an 8, which does give him some trip outs as well as some backdoor straight possibilities.
225,000.
And it is BK continuing on this ace-high flop for 225, which will clear it out. All right, Nanta with a question. What's the smallest buy-in tournament in the series? That's a good question.
Probably $400. I mean, if we're going to be technical about it, it was technically the $75 satellite into the $500 million guaranteed. So, I mean, if we're going to say that, then for the rest of the series, the smallest tournament you can enter is $150 to get into the satellite for our 1.5 million guaranteed tournament. Other than that, I think the smallest entry will be 400.
What's the longest lasting? I said, is it still sorry.
And just looking over the schedule on PokerAtlas.com, you can see the whole schedule there. There's a $200 PLO double board bomb pot tournament Monday night, Monday at 5, as a part of the series. So that's probably the answer. And I imagine there's going to be a fair amount of reentries in that one. Wish I could make it to that bomb pot tournament. I got to be back here. I got to work my day job, and then probably going to be on the air Monday night with 2-5 Hold'em if I had a guess out of Austin. Definitely worth a watch if you haven't seen that yet. We have a lot of fun on that show.
That's why that button was a big deal.
You wouldn't even notice. I'm the one who asked about the big spine. Raise 180,000. 180. No, 280. 280. 280. 280. And this is whether you're
100 not quite strong enough to defend against Steve-O's open there.
But if you, as I say, if you would like the tequila, I would make it for you. I think they said Mary. I think they went to Mary and asked her, but I'm not quite sure. That's just, you said, it is.
Right, you're playing like 1.5, right?
I'm so nosy, I said.
I started at 1.3, but the blinds have gone through.
We have 2 minutes left at this level, and then I think we go to 5,100.
You 1.9?
Yeah.
I think we're pretty close. I have 3.
I'm very close to you. No, I'm like 2.6, 2.7.
People talking about chip counts, you start to wonder if they're talking about something.
80,000 is the bet. Raise 280.
Quay, double suited with Broadway, is going to call the pot from Steve-O. That's where cash game that might have just escalated, but of these tournament considerations, I'm going to take the less aggressive route. And it's going to flop top pair on Jack 5-3, so Quay with top pair and a gutter.
Check.
Steve-O with a whole lot of nothing. Check, check. Pretty spicy turn there. Steve-O turning himself a wrap.
760.
Yeah, turns a lot of outs there.
He pots
Sign
it
of a
up
pot
to
and turn.
760. And this is going to be problematic for Quay.
If y'all make it so
Downgraded to second pair.
I don't think there is enough.
Yeah, this is pretty rough spot here for Clay, and
760 is the bet.
you know if this gets through here, you can see the power of kind of bluffing in the right spot. You can fold out a decent amount of equity here. And Clay's gonna have to fold his 60%.
Yeah, there it goes.
And it looks like they are going to take this time to color up the 5K chips, but don't go anywhere. Really appreciate everyone that's been staying up with us this whole time for the last 3.5 hours. They're going to do a short color up break here, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after these short messages.
Attention Dallas poker players, over $3 million in tournament guarantees for the PokerAtlas Tour at Texas Card House Dallas and Las Colinas. 21 events, August 15th through September 5th. This massive series kicks off with the Dallas Duel, a $1 million guaranteed no-limit hold'em tournament. And what bigger way to close the PokerAtlas Tour than with the $1.5 million guaranteed title event? For full details, go to texascardhouse.com now.
That's right. We're ending our series with a $1.5 million guaranteed title event. As you heard on the ad, 1K buy-in, 40K starting stack. We have 10 starting flights Wednesday through Saturday with Wednesday through Sunday.
They're like dying for break.
With day 2 on Monday, September 4th, starting at 2 p.m. And of course, the final table going to be on that day 3, Tuesday at 4 p.m. Of course, I'll be commentating that with my co-commentator, Mitch Lloyd. Should be a really fun tournament to end the series off. Of a really great series so far. And back to the room here. We get a shot of the room, which we rarely get to see nowadays, but we got a full house tonight. Got 2-4 mix all the way up to 2-5 no limit and tournament tables, of course. Filling our room here tonight on this wonderful Thursday evening. And if you have to check out Texas Card House Dallas, I highly recommend you do so. We're located very, very close to 635 and I-35. Right in the Sam Moon Center. And we also have our other location located in Las Colinas, TCH Social. So again, they're going to do a quick color up right here. Of course, Donovan, our tournament director here at TCH. And Ian, our tournament director representative from PokerAtlas, helping us out here with the series. I'd like to take this time to give a special shout out, of course, to all the tournament dealers, cash game dealers, all of the floors, all the hostesses, cage, waitresses, of course, the attendants that keep our room clean. Of course, to all the players that participated in this amazing series so far.
2.5 million is
while we have a little more time here, we want to talk about our tournament that's happening right now. We got some flights starting right now. Our flight's still going on for our Mystery Payday 500K guaranteed tournament. We're going to have flights all the way through Sunday. Yeah, but keep in mind that Sunday flight will be a turbo flight at 9 a.m. Day 2 restarting that same day at 2:30 p.m. $600 buy-in gets you 30K starting stack, and I've heard that the highest mystery bounty for this event will be $50,000. It's a lot of money up for grabs, and you don't even have to make the final table. So I know that's a big appeal for a lot of these mystery payday tournaments. And if that $1,000 for that title event's a little too much for you to pony up, we do have satellites, of course, for the title event. Saturday, August 19th through Tuesday, August 28th, we're going to have satellites every night at 9 p.m. for $150. 3 seats guaranteed. And on August 29th, we're going to have a mega satellite at 11 a.m., 3 p.m., and 7 p.m. It looks like we have another satellite Saturday, August 30th through Saturday, September 2nd at 2 p.m. and 9 p.m. So a lot of satellite opportunities for those of y'all that might not be able to afford the $1,000 into this title event, but would like the opportunity to win some big money. That's right, $150 gets you a satellite into this, or gets you a seat to play the satellites. Looks like we're going to go back to the table here.
Perhaps you're a cheapskate like myself and you don't want to pay $1,000.
Yeah, and satellites are always great opportunities for you to save some money, kind of lower the variance for yourself.
All right, 50, 100, 100.
It looks like just in time here for the players to come back here, back at 50, 100, 100.
I ran so good in satellites last year, and I ran so bad in the actual tournaments. Kind of sad.
You know, I'm going to say to that.
What's that?
You gotta save your run good for the real tournament, man.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Last year, thanks to satellites, I played 2 different 10Ks and a 5K and a 3K. And I bricked them all. Oh well. This year I saved the effort. I just bricked the satellites.
They don't want to, they don't want anyone to tune out if they gotta wait, 10, 15 minutes.
They should have commentary or use clips from previous live streams.
They do have commentary.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying on the break.
I resemble that remark.
To fill in the time, to keep people.
But yeah, but people don't want to just watch. Like they want to. They're tuned in for the action.
I think me and you were.
Yeah, it is.
It'd be brutal to play
I,
without
with
Roger.
Tika's right.
I think
The
it's when you have
viewer count definitely drops if we just have a long break with no poker happening. And I know as a player, it's like kind of annoying to not really get a break.
My variant logic was like
There's other productions that have the resources to like do different things with their delay, so that's less of a problem.
I just ran into it.
Yeah, we're a small operation here.
Yeah, we don't
but,
have
you know,
we don't
do
have
our
a
best.
fancy dynamic delay yet, but we got a great crew working on this.
Absolutely. On to hour 3.5 here. Roger with the 10-9-8-4 tri-suits. It's like he will make the call. The double Robbie here for BK, Jack 4-4, double suited. Definitely a hand worth raising. What's he got behind?
Slightly more than Roger, that's what he's got behind.
Do you need a break? You can take a few minutes. Yeah, but I'm saying like I saw your string, so if you need a few minutes. Yeah. Do you want to just come back at 11? Yeah.
Roger gonna fold. Nice little pickup for BK there.
And you see the top 4 stacks all very close to each other here. Everyone's just waiting for someone to get busted so they can start playing some PLO again.
Only female dealers can do. Huh?
That's the kind of stuff I can run. I don't know if
They don't allow
No, not to do PLO. They're not.
Oh, 9 out of 10.
JK to all the dealers that's listening. JK to all the dealers that's listening.
Double suited hand here for Clay.
This is a beautiful hand for Clay. I think at least pre-flop like this is a hand that could play a big pot.
Yeah, absolutely. And you wouldn't be too upset to get it in against, one of the shorter stacks like Roger. But, even then, it's a little dicey considering if you lose your stack against, if you lose against him, you lose half your stack at this point. And Clay will just pick up the blinds there. For those of y'all just now tuning in, we are about 3.5 hours into our stream now, down to our final 5 players of our 100K guaranteed tournament. If anything, hit that like button for Tika here, who's been dealing for the past 3.5 hours without a break here. And, Tyler and Cooper, of course, hanging back there with me. William and I commentating for the past 3.5 hours.
600, 1200 with 1200 big line A. 600, 1200, 1200 next hand. Title then foul.
100,000.
And Roger can't catch a break. Getting some pretty awful trips.
Do you really want this to do it?
Just as well,
double suited
BK.
aces. This is probably the strongest aces we've seen all night.
Yeah, 2 suits and a little bit of connectivity. And he's going to pot it. Jacks for Sonny with the suit, but with really not great jacks. And see how he proceeds here. He folds queens for Steve-O. Sort of the same situation, though. He doesn't even have a suit. 10s and 9s for Clay.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know how you
Clay's
can
the
hold
one who
this in the big
defends.
blind. Yeah, this is definitely a defend, but he's in trouble here.
10s and 9s with diamonds that are live. Heads up we go.
Wow, what a flop for his hand.
Speaking of live diamonds, not to mention a set. Open ender for BK. Could be fireworks here.
I like a check here if BK can find it. You don't have any blockers to sets. You don't have any. You don't even have. I mean, you don't have any blockers to sets or two pair. You don't have any diamonds. If you get jammed here, you're just in a terrible spot.
And
Wow, and
he
he-
gets jammed, and he
Oh my
calls.
gosh.
And BK gonna need some help here to stay alive.
Need to find a jack or six.
Or an ace. An ace would give him a better set. An ace that's not a diamond.
Yeah, with how much he had back, actually, I think he could have actually folded to the pot size jam.
4.5 million in the middle. 7 of spades.
Let's
That's
give him
gonna be
spades
a
now.
spade draw now for BK. And an 8 on the end will give Clay the full house. It will
Wow, what a
eliminate
pot there
BK
for Clay.
in 5th place. Clay now with over 5 million chips. Clay with a significant chip lead now.
And how about Roger with the pay jump there? Now down to final 4 players here. Roger's been grinding his tiny stack all night. Gets a 2K pay jump there. Each player guaranteed 92.70. Now the pay jumps start to get serious here.
Everybody got one.
Yeah, he said it was.
5,500 is the next jump.
Does he know that everybody got one?
Apparently they're distributing PokerAtlas Tour hats now.
Yeah, for the final table participants.
See if I can get my hands on one of those. See if it fits my giant head. It's a struggle. It's a misdeal. That's a misdeal. Oh well.
No, it's my fault. I probably did.
It happens. Yeah, 1 in 82 hands. Yeah, that happens. We're all human.
You know, especially when dealers typically get a break every 2 to 2.5 hours. It's totally
like
reasonable
even-
for her. Yeah.
Even just like the mental change of a push.
Yeah.
Like typically every half hour.
Changes the monotony of the table.
A dealer moves from one table to another, and not the case here. Tika's been powering through.
Wow, what a big spot there for Roger to ladder up when he was just in dire straits there. Again, definitely a spot where I think BK could have found the fold on the flop once jammed on.
Yeah. Roger,
Oh, finally, finally.
Ace, king, queen with a suit. What more could you want?
Yeah. I mean, I guess he's
And,
hoping that queen was suited to the spade, though,
Yeah. And, we're shallow enough that he could flat and get in on the flop if he wants to go that route. If he's just more interested in getting in. Instead, he's going to pot it, which is also perfectly fine. And they get in. No, they don't.
No, he just snap folded. But a nice
Folded
pickup there
and
for
he
Roger.
turned face up. That's what fooled me. So good pickup for Roger there.
Clay, though, still with the big chip stack here. 49 big blinds. Sonny and Steve-O about the same stack. Roger with some life now, though. 13 big blinds. Nothing to sneeze at.
Roger wishing he would have slow played it. He would have gotten 8, 7, 6 all hearts. That's what the flop would have been.
Yeah, without running, you should definitely just try to get it in pre-flop.
That's I don't mind if Clay's going to be willing to bluff off or call off on the flop, on the lighter side. I don't mind calling and having an SPR of 1. Three of our 4 remaining players going to a limp flop here. Roger with a heart draw. Sonny with 2 pair. Everyone checking. Play with a gutter. Eight of spades on the turn.
200,000.
200 the bet from Roger with his heart draw. Here's Sonny's 2-pair out of there, and he takes it down. Another one heading Roger's way.
It's on fire. Maybe starting, I shouldn't say on fire, maybe heating up a little bit.
He's trending upward. Certainly wouldn't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but it's going the right way. Quay with a rundown and a suit.
Great hand here for Clay.
Quarter mil for Quay. Don't think two suits are sufficiently redeeming for this hand.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's pretty poor holding here.
Why you're going to take that moment and think things through in this spot. Why are you going to take this one? The rich get richer.
Yeah, he
Playing
wants
his
to.
hands.
Yeah, he wants to be active and try to get some pots where he he typically wouldn't. But really admiring the discipline here from Roger. Just, I mean, his raise what frequency is 17%, but his VPIP's got to be close to what, like 10 or like for PLO he's probably close to like 20% VPIP, right? Considering that in
yeah,
PLO
he's
that's
on
very
the
very
tail
low.
ends of it.
Yeah,
That said, well, he hasn't had a lot of hands. Like
for sure.
He hasn't done anything unnecessary. He hasn't tried to force the issue. Clay and his fans going to be pretty happy with the way things are going in seat 7.
Yeah, it's just barely, again, not good enough having the deuce there. It's just,
Yeah, the graphic says under the gun, but he's really the cutoff, remember. So it's not like it's early position, but I think this is just too weak.
yes, I think it's still
Roger
too weak for.
disagrees with me.
Yeah, but even four-handed, I think it's still too weak. You can't really withstand a 3-bet, and then you only have 16 big blinds yourself.
And
Especially with Clay as the chip leader in the big blind, he's going to be defending a lot wider than the other two players, so I would have waited for a different spot.
And he may just be planning to punish you on the flop. And Ace King Deuce is actually going to give Roger top and bottom. Roger, I think, going to be happy if this escalates.
625 is right.
And it is going to escalate. He's going to make it 625, almost full pot. Basically saying he wants to play for it all. Quay, though, with just one pair.
Great
and,
folds.
No immediate draw. Lets it go. And now Roger's not last anymore. Look at that. By a single chip, a single 25K chip, he's not last anymore.
What a comeback.
Deshaun Stanton. Return to seat is ready.
Big problem. I'll check the tapes. I'm not sure I believe it. King Ace, King Deuce.
Have to go back and
Oh man, that means you had nothing.
definitely is.
God, absolutely nothing.
Queen's on the button for Steve-O.
Raise 350,000.
Pot. Quay. Ace Jack 10-10 with
Yeah, he's
diamonds.
just getting all the holdings tonight.
Cost 350,000.
Elects to go the call route.
Roger might be tempted to call. Great fold there, though.
To the flop we go, heads up. 7-3-3 misses both players. Steve probably does the job. Check, check though. 5 for Steve-O, still no help for Quay. Who does choose the check call with his overpair. And Steve-O gonna fill up on the end. A good hand gets better.
200,000.
Now he's going for value. And as river, okay, it's an over to your tens, but it doesn't really change anything else, so might he consider a bluff catch? Thinks the better of it.
Alright, guys, that is my time. They brought in the closer to finish us out. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you. That's right.
The button is correct.
Can I have a dealer change here? Well done, Tika.
Thank you, thank you. Good luck, everybody. Thank you.
Wasn't sure on that one.
Yeah, of course. Hats off to Tika. Let's see some love in the chat for Tika for dealing 3 hours and 45 minutes straight here. We're gonna have Mary relieving her for the rest of the stream, I imagine. Another excellent dealer here at TCH. In a room full of excellent dealers.
We will be racing off some 500 pink chips and Colinas.
Live stream dealers, huh?
Yes, sir.
How many do you have?
I don't even know. Several.
They give y'all like extra perks for dealing? No? They should.
Roger with a hand in the small blinds. Three broadways, 2 suits. He'll pot it. Sonny with the same 2 suits.
Yeah, I don't count loud, sorry.
There's a path where this goes very sideways for Sonny. That path starts with him defending, which he will. That's actually 300 because it was blind versus blind. Pot is 300.
Let's see here. Oh
Jack
no.
8-4. Roger with a jack. Sonny with 8s and 4s.
Top pair. Yeah, and Sonny with bottom 2 pair.
Both have backdoor flush draws. Only one of them is actually going to be any good. It's Roger's 2 draws. Roger continues for 700. Did they just go in?
Yeah, all in and a call, and it's a pure coin flip here on the flop, and you know,
Roger
Steve-O
looking
and
for
Clay are
birdie.
kind of perked up right now. Oh,
That's
there's
a
the
7 of
heart.
hearts. Heart draw for Roger now.
9.
9 of
and that's gonna be it
spades,
for
though.
Roger. Wow.
Roger, good game. 4th place.
Yeah, guys, again.
That's Omaha.
Wow. I mean, I definitely understand Sonny's repot there. Has 2 backdoor flush draws,
And he
bottom
has
2 pair.
bottom 2. And,
Certainly enough to get it in there.
Yeah, that's tough.
Roger had
that
enough
kind of board
equity.
texture.
He just didn't have the right run out. He had top, and he had really good backdoors, and just didn't come in, unfortunately. So, and there were 3.
I could care less about that.
Yeah,
Roger
can't
had
run
a
it twice
good
in tournaments,
exchange.
so that's just part of the variance in PLO. Congratulations to Roger for making it the 4th place here on, very minimal holdings and quite a short stack.
Yeah, that's like a few places better, at least, than most players would have managed. So he's going to take 92.70 back to Austin, and everyone else locking up a 5-figure score now, 14,770. All these players have guaranteed.
Top of my head, we'll have to look at the chips, but everyone could essentially take second place money now and play for like
Play it out! No
less
chop!
than 3 or
No chop!
4K.
Play it out! No chop! Play it out!
I think there's chop smoke happening.
Sorry, I forgot we did that.
Yeah, I think Clay was trying to convince him to do a kind of a restructure. He still wants to play. I think he likes being able to play for a large amount of money and the trophy.
As do I.
But he's trying to convince him of doing something like a restructure where each player guaranteed second place money, and they just play. Whoever wins the whole thing gets like an extra 3 or 4K, which is definitely a reasonable thing to do at this point with how big the pay jumps are.
So we play on here.
Enjoy it. Hey, don't leave.
Yeah. Up to you. Did you want to talk any numbers? Or? That's fine with me.
Oh, I heard him saying, let's talk numbers, and then I think Sonny just said, let's just play.
I respect that.
I think he's probably like, I played this long, like I'm going for that 32,500.
Yeah, why not at this point?
Say if it was like 2 hours ago, he might have actually considered it, but I think he's just like, I'm just committed. I'm pot committed. I'm not going to work tomorrow anyways, so might as well make up for it.
Alright, it's 200,000.
Zero, 2 big stacks battle it out here. Heads up. 19-8s for Clay. 9's full of 8s for Clay as we check to the turn. And I doubt there's much value to be had here. Sonny, I guess, going to pursue his draw. Lucky for him, he won't get there.
Only losing the quads here for Clay. Super unlikely, given the action.
Sonny letting it go.
Little Boats in the chat. How's it going, buddy? Great to see you joining us here. And to everyone that's been tuning in for the past 4 hours, really appreciate everyone for powering through this. Of course, shout out to Tyler that's been action tracking this whole time.
Even the short stack here, but nobody too short of our 3 remaining players. Nobody too deep either, relative to their opponents at least.
Matt Franco in the chat saying, good game, Dad. So I can only assume that was for Roger. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Roger played a
Roger.
great final table. With what he was given, he played a great final table.
He pretty much got the maximum result with the cards and the chips that he had to work with there.
I totally agree. Just wasn't in the writing for him to win tonight, but played his absolute best for sure. Top pair for Clay here. With some back doors. And a gut shot. Turns one of his backdoor out. Steve-O also with backdoor clubs. Could be dangerous if a club rolls off on the river.
Also an open ender for Steve-O here. Too many outs, as they say. Ace is the 425 bet. Does make the call. Thinks he has half the deck, probably.
Oh no.
That's not the right half. That's another club. They both have a flush. And Clay checks. See if Steve-O wants to bite with this 10 high club flush.
Wow, what a great check there
I
by
got
Steve-O.
it. No, you don't got it.
Oh my. You know, Steve-O said flush. But what a great check there by Steve-O, knowing that, you know, he can't really get value from too many weaker holdings in this spot. Happily taking a showdown value with a flush, and
Yeah,
wow, what a check there.
Sitting with the fifth nuts.
Great check. Yeah.
Maybe there was a straight flush possibility out there as well. It's yeah. Big difference between PLO and Hold'em. Like Hold'em, like any flush with both your cards, you can say, I have a flush. Like let's go for some value on a board like that, but not in PLO.
PLO is so different when there's so many hand combinations. You know, that honestly, that just shows the experience level from Steve-O. Be able to check back to that holding. So many inexperienced PLO players in that spot would definitely might find a bet there.
I think Clay files that one away. Like I think he's gonna probably be a little bit more inclined to do his own betting in the future with Steve-O. Sonny limping. Steve-O saying, let's look at some cards, and that's a set for Sonny. Pair and a gutter for Steve-O. $200 gets called. Ace won't change anything. Check, check.
Steve-O makes his flush. Don't think he's folding this one.
He's just calling there. He's not raising with the second nuts.
Surprising there for sure. Definitely could raise in a pretty small sizing, like 575.
Yeah.
600,000. Try to target a set or a straight.
Or a worse flush somehow.
Or worse flush, absolutely.
Yeah, and a king, like this is a three-handed table at this point. We can raise the second nuts for value, I think. I don't think we have to be that tight. Full ring game, I cringe. Like third nuts, I can still cringe, but three-handed, it widens the ranges because like we're always the button, we're always applying. So we're getting to a lot of flops with a lot of hands.
I'm not folding it.
Not the best flop in the world for anyone. Well, you gotta call the 250 with the queens. Turns himself the heart draw. Sonny picking up a pair, gonna check back now. Another raise. Aces and queens will be good for Clay. If Sonny lets him, and Sonny's made it 400. He has bricked everything. He's going to turn the nines with a six into a bluff.
Interesting hand to choose to turn his hand into a bluff here. We'll
He
get
does
called
get
by the
called.
queens.
Clay picks it off.
Great call there by Clay.
We got Roger in the chat. Good to see you in the chat, Roger. That was a heck of a run. We were saying like what you gave us. It was basically like the maximum result with the cards you got tonight.
Absolutely. Welcome to the chat, Roger.
It sucks to get this far and come up in 4th place. I think a lot of us have been there, but be happy with how that went. You kept your head on straight the entire time, and made a lot of the right decisions and did a lot better than a lot of other players would have with those cards. You represented Austin well tonight.
Well, let's welcome Roger here in the chat, our 4th place finisher for our 100K guaranteed tournament.
Sonny with a hand here. He's got 2 suits and 10s. And Clay's got 2 suits and some connectivity. Blind versus blinds. Yeah, we're going to see a flop here. Heads up we go. Sonny with 2 times pot behind. Clay with the club draw. Sonny with just a pair of 10s. Check, check. Sonny turning himself a pair of aces and a spade draw. I think Sonny's going to put some money in now. Clay going to let it go. Facing the pot size bet. Clay with more than twice the chips than the next player.
Just crossed hour 4 here. Got quite the final table here tonight.
This is past my bedtime.
Yeah, I'm about to cross the threshold where I would have been off of work by now.
Yeah.
Sure is coming fast.
Yeah, I'm off the air at 10 on those cash shows. 4 hours, 10 p.m. and I'm a zombie then. Aces versus jacks. Here we go. King, queen, deuce. Better for Sonny than for Steve-O. And Steve-O can't do anything about this bet, and Sonny getting back in there. It'll be interesting to see how much pressure Clay puts on them, where neither really wants to necessarily get into it with Clay and get knocked out before the other. I will say this table hasn't just gotten super nitty like we see with tournament final tables sometimes, where everyone's so scared to lose they never have a chance to win, you know?
Absolutely.
They're still playing their hands. They're not just waiting for aces. Clay just flatting that monster in the big blinds. Nobody has a diamond draw. Steve-O has top pair, but it is the second best hand. Clay's queens are ahead. Clay betting these queens before anything else happens with this board. This board only gets worse for that hand. Steve-O gonna check call. I say it only gets worse. Now now Clay actually has a pair of kings. And it's better than, well, it's actually not better than Steve-O's. That's the problem. Kings and nines for Steve-O.
You may not hold it. Should be less though.
Told you it was past my bedtime. I can't even read the board anymore. Clay does have a gutter.
Yeah, I like Steve-O's plan here to... Whoa, what?
Quay calling. Quay calling would have, and Steve-O was like almost all in here. Quay is calling.
He's all in.
He's not all in.
He's less
I
40,000.
apologize. Yeah, I know, it's almost not flat.
It was a pot. All in would have been heavy. It would have been too much. This is pot limit Omaha.
0.35. Sorry, I thought it.
Oh, you're good, it was my
The
bad.
amount of the pot is the
I did correct myself.
maximum you
It
can
was-
bet at one
it was
time.
quiet on my voice.
All right, here. So
the river we
Steve-O
go.
needs to fade a queen or jack here.
Jack and deuce of diamonds. We'll put Steve-O in line for a double up.
Top two.
Kings and nines. Going to test the kings with a queen. What a swing there. Suddenly, Steve-O with a essentially double up. Pulls slightly ahead of Quay. Now it's anyone's game.
There's still a 4 king on the floor. If he's gonna bet the 200, you're gonna fold the 200 for sure.
What's that?
Not too big. And if you bet the 200, he's not folding the 15.
I was calling it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
I was calling that 200,000.
Good check for me. I mean,
Yeah, you said 200.
Well, I didn't like the diamonds. So.
I thought it did hold. That's why I flicked in the chip. You know, I thought. Sorry if those flew a little too hard over that.
You're good.
Bad end.
I think we've had a walk.
For sure you had diamonds.
Sonny
600
showing
back,
2 good
yeah,
cards.
King, queen, queen, 10. So, overpair on the flop, turn the king, got her ball.
Small big, please.
I thought you'd turn a big draw. Yeah, I thought you'd turn a real big draw and you'd fade one card, I guess.
My apologies. I thought you heard me say
all good.
almost,
It's
not
all
quite
good.
all in. Three with it.
Just for you.
Kings for Sonny. Raise and take it.
You need at least a suited to call.
About to cross hand with number 100 tonight on our final table. It's been a battle for these final 5 players for quite some time. Got down to 4. And then Roger got eliminated, down to our final 3. So if you're just now joining us, these players have been playing on this final table for the past 4 hours. We got Sonny in the 2 seat, Steve-O in the 4, and Clay in the 7 seat. Playing for that top prize of $32,500.
Sonny limping in, ace 10, 9, 9. Steve-O's in there, Quay in there. And they could go either way. He chooses to flat, and he gets rewarded with middle set. Top pair for Sonny. Clay making the bet here. Sonny calling, and pretty bricky 4 hearts there. Check, check, another deuce. I go in $500,000 here. I'm even thinking about it. That is a call.
Queen's full.
Queen deuce?
Queen's full.
Nice.
I couldn't tell if you said pot, that's why.
I caught it too late.
You wish you would have said pot.
You would have? I wasn't trying to slow roll. I couldn't hear if you couldn't tell if you said pot or call.
You're funny. I actually put you on queen deuce. I don't know why the fuck I
I put you on the nuts, but I bet anyway.
queen deuce. It's a fold.
And little both pairs usually aren't great, but
Very swingy.
it's a paired board where like he could have just counterfeited 2 pair. And remember, this is like blind versus blind. So this is the part of the game where you get to make some lighter calls.
Yeah, I don't know.
We are playing 75, 125, 125 now.
Got it. Nice. Pretty.
Sonny gonna raise and take it.
Sure is fun though.
Sonny finding himself in the short stack position
I had a lot of friends this summer that did
after
in the World Series.
after that
I used to play, but
fairly big
I
pot
had
with
like
play.
major FOMO, so I was like, man, next summer, going out there 2 weeks or a month, I'm gonna play all these tournaments, and so get some practice.
Hand number 100, Quay limping on the button. Sonny not going to stand for that. He's going to make it $500,000. Ace Jack 9-3, and he's going to take it down with some aggression.
Playing quite aggressive here pre-flop.
Oh, he can't suck out if he doesn't get to the flop, right?
I had 2 nines and a very bad nose.
That's the high level analysis you get from me at midnight Central Time.
Fucking expensive now. Oh, sorry. Last frame.
Blind versus blinds here, 9-7-4. Steve-O with an open ender. Play with a pair and a spade draw. Something for everyone here. Potential for escalation here. Play with a gutter as well. Steve-O calling Clay's bet. The 8 of spades on the turn. Gonna give Clay the flush with the open-ended redraw, check. Ace of clubs of no use to anybody. And Steve-O with no choice but to fold the pair of 8s.
Full pocket fours. I'm getting a 4 on the flop.
You've made it this far. Thank you so much. Texas Card House, Dallas TCH Live. 100K guarantee PLO final table. Somebody trying to turn $500 into $32,500 and change. Pulling wide of the New York Net and Derek with you. as we play down to a winner this evening. Playing Sunny going at it, blind versus blind. 10-9-8. This is an interesting one here. Quay with a pair and an open ender. Sunny with a pair and a straight already on the flop, the hind ends of the straight. Sunny calling Quay's bet. Queen of hearts. Brings in
straight
the
there
front
for
door.
Clay.
Yeah, front door flush comes in. Quay with the bigger straight. Not quite the way he was hoping to get there, though, I don't imagine. Check, check. 7 on the end. Sunny rivering a meaningless set. He already had the straight.
Right.
Check, check.
Jack. Or to the queen.
No, I flop the straight. Did you flop the straight too?
And 2 pair too.
I wrote a set.
Like, I have the best hands. You have the second best hands. I have the third best hands. You have the fourth best hands and the fifth best hands. You think someone's ever going to come up with like a dumb Omaha variant where maybe you chop it by like first and second best hands? I've seen some stupid things in some mixed games.
Yeah, mixed game
As
players, you know.
ridiculous as it sounds. Or like second and third best hands, you don't want the best hands?
Right with the ace 8-8-7.
Ace jack jack deuce. What a nut suit for Sunny. Smooth calling. Steve-O comes along. Family pot here. Top
Oh, wow.
set for Quay. Top 2
Top
for
2
Steve-O.
pair. Wow.
Sunny's
Could be
the only
trouble
one who'll
here
make it
for-
out of here unscathed.
Yeah, this could be trouble for Steve-O here.
This is probably going to be curtains for Steve-O. He pots it. 950. And Quay top set, he's blocking one of his boat outs. He doesn't feel like he has much backup here. He repots the 3 million. It goes in. And Steve-O in a world of hurt here. This is pretty much just
Wow.
curtains for Steve-O.
What a cooler here. I mean, this is just it.
Sorry,
I mean, there's
Yeti
no
cooler
quad
for nine.
outs. There's no. I don't
There's
know.
no
what,
nothing. There's
I
no
don't
nothing.
think he can hit anything. What? King, right?
Or with some
King
kind of
is
chop.
the only thing, right? And that's it. He has to go top boat or top card.
Instead, it's 10-4, and we're going to be heads up as Quay is going to eliminate Steve-O in third place.
Wow, what a cooler there for Steve-O, three-handed.
Upset
Gonna have a
versus
nice
top
little
2.
payday though.
When it's your time, it's your time.
14,770, and we're now heads up playing for 10 grand here. Second place guaranteed 22,450.
And ace king jack jack.
See if Sunny can mount a comeback here. Play with a considerable edge here.
Yeah.
What will be ace king jack jack? That's not mine, right?
Yeah, but it's small.
Good luck, brother.
You too, man. It's been a blast.
I'm sure Clay's fan club is going to be loving this. Heads up as the chip leader.
It's tough to call, but I'm not sure if it's
Free?
free.
Yeah, I fold. My ace wasn't suited. Yeah.
Ace King 8-3 for
I was just
Sunny,
kind of opening the button. I mean,
who's sub 20 bigs at this point.
Man, I really don't even know how you play heads up PLO. this is
75. Pot and pray.
yeah, this is completely out of my wheelhouse.
Clay's going to defend like Big Blind's going to be defending almost everything.
Yeah, I imagine so.
I have limited experience. We see the trophy coming out onto the table. They're playing for that trophy as well.
And they made one of those trophies for every single event. Can you believe that?
Nice. Love a good trophy. Some checking, and nobody has clubs as they come in. And
that is a cool trophy.
Sunny bets this and gets the bolt.
And for those of you that are watching, and might be curious about this, there actually is a special trophy for the person that fires the most bullets across the entire series. The Master Blaster Award.
The Master Blaster Award.
Oh, you heard about it already?
I saw that one online. That's a fun trophy. Pretty expensive one to get, though. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be in the running for that one.
I mean, it's going to be a lot of bullets. I mean, because I think they already said someone fired close to 20 plus bullets in that first event. So.
Well, you know, there's a double board bomb pot tournament on Monday. Just saying.
That's a good way to rack up some buy-ins. Yeah.
Just keep saying pot. Play with a pretty solid hands here. Jack 10-8 with diamonds.
Sonny double
with
suited here. Yeah.
You're defending a lot in the big blinds. Pretty much anything with 2 suits is usually defends, and he is not going to defend, though. We're a lot less worried about nuttiness in a heads-up situation.
Never got a shot of the trophy.
There it is.
Reminiscent of what Atlas shrugged, and I guess that's what they're trying to go for there. PokerAtlas Tour trophy. It's got some good weight to it, too. I've had a chance to hold one of those trophies.
Well, you've just jinxed yourself. I mean, I think it's like the Stanley Cup. You don't touch the Stanley Cup until you win it.
Oh my gosh!
At least that's how I've always treated it.
Man, I'm actually, if they have a trophy for the 10K triple draw event, no chop. I'm going for the trophy. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. Hopefully, it's us heads up. Aces for Clay.
Oh
Aces
my gosh.
for Clay. And clubs. They both have clubs.
Just unbelievable flop there for Clay. Just has all of it. I mean, this is just another check, I think, right?
Clay probably has a little too much of this. He could get value from a worse draw, though. And, like, there are some open-enders that he doesn't block. Like, I don't mind a little protection.
That's true, yeah. I mean, but you don't need to go too large. You don't really want to scare those draws off, so a decent sizing here. See what Sonny decides to do here.
He has a flush draw, and it's heads up. Like, this could easily be not a flush draw on the other side. He does fold.
Wow.
Clay up over 9 million now.
Clay running hot this final table here, with 46% of his hands going to showdown.
I think this is about a 6-1 lead now.
Yeah, Sonny needs some help here quite soon here, or else he's guess gonna get blinded out.
Yeah, these chips don't last all that long when you are posting some of them every single hand. Four more cards going
here
to
on this hand.
here.
Let's see here, Sonny with ace 10-5 deuce suited to the 10-5.
And let's look at sneak preview. Clay's actually going first here. Ace king 8-6 with a nut suit. Now Steo Sonny reacts here to the just over min raise. He makes it 300.
I think Sonny can defend this hand here. Has, you know, one suit at least, an ace of course, which is quite important. Makes it less likely your opponent could have aces.
And has some straighty possibilities on the lower end of things. He's going to go the aggressive route. He's going to raise here. Going to make it 900. And just $1 million behind. Clay could decide it's go time if he wants.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much committing here. And Clay with a very strong hand, suited to the ace 8 with a king and the 8-6 working here.
Heads up, you could just get in here if you want. You could also flat. It is going to be half pot behind. The little ones are half pot behind. So, like, there is a planet where you could fold if it's a terrible flop, which that is not a terrible flop. That is top and bottom for Clay. Top pair for Sonny. They're going to get in. Sonny going to need some help. Otherwise, this one is over. If Clay can hold with his aces and eights, he will take home the trophy.
Running straight, right?
Clay is strong favorite here, fading at 10. He's gonna fill up. That's it. What's
a
the
10 and a
comes
10
for
only.
Sonny? Nope, nope.
That's
That's
it.
it. Quay
That
wins.
is the tournament. And wow, what a final table here tonight. These players have been playing for 4.5 hours. We finally have a winner, and that trophy is headed towards Clay. What a final table, William. Thank you for commentating for the past 4.5 hours, and there's our winner shot.
That was something. Congratulations to Clay. Great game by Sonny as well. Played a very strong game.
Yeah, shout out to all the dealers that made this event possible. Of course, all the floors and all the players that made this such a great event. 150K total in the prize pool, 32,500 headed toward that man and that trophy. What a great night, William. And I'm pretty tired, so I'm probably going to head out.
Oh, yeah,
and
time for bed.
thank you to everyone who's been tuning in for the past 4.5 hours. And see y'all next time. We'll be streaming our final table of the 500K guaranteed tournament this Sunday.